Share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share at all. We got hate in our hearts, but we keep concealed. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strongly true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed, against the odds we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They try to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're sharing the leaps. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite, it's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They build the walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo when they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all the rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through leaving wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left in us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. That's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. So remember this moment, remember this face, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system. In this world of blame and shame, we point fingers, we play the game. But as our children cry in fear, we turn a blind eye, we shed no tears. Believe our women, they say, while our kids are led astray. Lost in darkness, lost in pain, yet their cries fall silent like the rain. It's a shame how far we've come, blaming all the men playing dumb. But our children need us near to wipe their tears and calm their fears. In this land of the free, water's a commodity for you and me. Can't you see? It's not fair, it's plain to see. People struggling to pay for something they need every day. In America where we say we're free, but water shouldn't come at a fee. A shorty just speaking in general about the things that seem so small. This ain't meant towards everyone, just a cry in the dark. In America where water is marked. Brothers and sisters, hear my plea. This is not about you or me. Our kids are the future, they hold the key. Wake up before we're met with defeat. In this world of chaos and strife, we must guide them to a better life. Teach them love, compassion, and light, so they can lead us out of this endless night. Let's unite as one strong force. For our children, let's stay on course. Together we can make a change and secure a better future in exchange. Y'all should have listened the first time they let the cat out the hat. Now it's a crime. Many are falling into a trap, thinking it's a game, but they full of cap. Some are ready and fully strapped, while others keep falling into the gap. The warning signs were clear as day, but some chose not to heed what they say. Now the consequences come to light. Those who ignored are in for a fight. Listen close and learn from this mishap. Don't be caught unaware. Don't fall into the trap. From the wisdom of my elders, I learned women are strong, independent, and firm. But sometimes we need a helping hand to conquer challenges and make a stand. Independence is crucial, that's true. Yet together with a man, we can pursue. Respect yourself first and foremost, so others will treat you like the most. Ladies, growing up, remember this advice. You're capable of anything you devise. But partnership and respect hand in hand. Embrace your strength and make a stand. Memories of the past I couldn't see, now I understand. The wisdom they gave me, respect yourself first, that's the key. To earn respect from others is how it should be. A man's worth measured by how he treats his queen. Love and romance in the air, a beautiful scene. A woman's power to uplift or demean. In her hands lies a man's dream. Lessons learned from an OG so true. In matters of the heart, they know what to do. Love and respect intertwined like glue in a world where old-fashioned values still ring through. Peter Pan, Peter Pan, Peter Pan was a fairy tale. Now males want to be females without fail. Women want to be a man, it's a twisted tale. Flipping scripts and roles, they set sail. Fighting for roles, turning to moles. Making hits with their agenda goals. Targeting our kids, it takes a toll. To them it's a bliss, to us it's a black hole. They ain't trying to miss, their agenda is the ultimate twist. Infiltrating young minds with their list, but we won't let them persist. I'm with women's rights, but what about men's too? Equality for all, it's long overdue. We want progress, we need to see both sides. Blame and shame won't help us unite. Don't label him a deadbeat without looking in the mirror. Sometimes it takes two to create rupture. Let's have conversations that include everyone. Empathy and understanding, the battles can be won. Men face struggles too, let's not forget. Their mental health matters, let's not neglect. It's time to break down walls and build bridges instead. Together we can strive for equality ahead. You scream for the police every time he come around. They scream child support abuse, playing victim in this town. Enjoy that check, boo, but remember what goes up must come down. The only time he's worthy is when he bails you out the mess you found. You play the game, manipulating hearts without a doubt, but karma's knocking at your door, there's no way out. You point fingers and shift the blame around, but in the end, it's your own chaos that you found. You dance with danger, living on the edge of lies, but the truth will catch up to you, no more disguise. The man you rely on to clean up your mess is so profound, will soon see through your facade and leave you astounded. Using a child as a weapon, it's a shame. A woman who lacks self-respect, I can't acclaim. Real men fighting for what they believe in, never in vain. Standing 10 toes down, bringing awareness to the pain. Respect is earned by how you carry yourself, not by tearing others down for personal wealth. Real men don't back down, they fight with honor and stealth against injustice and falsehoods that threaten our health. Let's uplift each other instead of tearing apart. Supporting one another from the start. Real men stand tall with courage in their heart, fighting for justice and truth, playing their part. Here's for the men who share their truth, never afraid to stand tall in their boots, respecting our women, fighting for what's right, supporting our kids day and night. Real women out there blazing trails, men by their side never looking pale. Rights for all, let's keep the balance true. Men have a voice, let's listen to. In this crazy world where battles are fought, let's remember the men who give it all they've got. Respect to those who speak their stories loud. Together we stand strong and proud. Together we stand, united we'll rise, setting an example for young eyes. In every step we take, in every plan, guiding the next generation's hand. Leading by actions, not just by words, teaching them to fly like birds. Showing love and respect in all we do, for they're always watching, taking cues. Hand in hand, let's pave the way for a better tomorrow, starting today. Our children learn from what they see. Let's show them how great they can be. Let's be what our children need. In the shadow of my dreams, I was confined a prisoner of my own mind, hoping to find escape from the horrors that kept haunting me. Chained to a bed, just imagine a nightmare with Freddy. Every night his claws would scrape against my fears. A twisted dance, waking, dripping in cold sweat and tears. But deep within, a flicker of strength found its way. I vowed to break free from this endless fray. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison, shackled to a bed and life filled with derision. But now I rise, armored against my own fright. No longer bound, I'm ready to face the fight. Through the darkness, I found the light of resilience, unlocking the power to break these chains of existence. No longer confined to the grip of my past, I'll sculpt a new reality that will forever last. I faced the demons that once held me down. Now they tremble as I wear my battle crown. With every step I take on this path of liberation, I reclaim my power and rewrite this narration. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison, shackled to a bed and life filled with derision. But now I rise, armored against my own fright. Freddie may have haunted my nights before, but now I'm stronger than ever, knocking on his door. I'll stand tall and break these nightmares apart. No longer confined, I'll conquer my fears with heart. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison, shackled to a bed and life filled with derision. But now I rise, armored against my own fright. No longer bound, I'm ready to face the fight. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison. Just imagine being chained to a bed. Just imagine a nightmare with Freddie. We all have a story in our life that has caused us trauma. Scars tattooed in our skin that will never be forgotten. Memories that are partially forgiven. If we could only see that at times we're our own worst enemy. This is my story. Do you know I believed everything you ever said to me? First man I ever put my shield down for. Look at how you played me. Give you my heart for what? I told you it's not that easy to tame me. Give you my heart for what? I don't want no one to entertain me. Give you my heart for what? When you already blame me. Sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Sometimes I feel like you don't even know me. Lord, please help me. The situation is really starting to annoy me. So tell me what we do now. Looking for something where there's nothing, I don't want to argue anymore. Living with the illusion that one day you'll love me the same way that I do, but I'm just a game to you. You're looking for vengeance in me while I'm dreaming of a future for us. I don't know what to do anymore. Sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Shoot, I don't even want to see you anymore. They say that from love we cannot escape, so why lie to each other? I don't even feel you anymore. I know they already tore your heart apart. I gave you my heart and you watched it bleed. They tore you into pieces. I just want you to know that that wasn't me. They hurt you and that messed you up. But tell me, why do I have to pay the consequences? Maybe you love someone that you shouldn't have loved. You made a fatal decision. Tell me, why do I have to pay the consequences? Maybe they played you. They didn't really love you. It was probably an adventure. Nothing more than just a game to them. They never really gave you a chance. I just really had to pay the consequences. Damn, I would have never thought we made it this far. I'm sitting here thinking, you thinking that you love me wanting to believe you. It all felt so real what we were living. Even though in our hearts we didn't mean it. God, damn, we're in so deep. Do you know I believed everything you ever said to me? First person I ever put my shield down for, and look at how you played me. Give you my heart for what? I told you it's not that easy to tame me. Give you my heart for what? I don't want no one to entertain me. Give you my heart for what? When you already blame me. Sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Sometimes I feel like you don't even know me. Lord help me. This situation is really starting to annoy me. I remember the first time I made my mama promise. I was so young, fucked up in the head, had to toughen up. Even though that was a promise I knew I could never keep. Just peep, cause this is deep. Mama, I try to reach. Why you try to reach? You knew he was nothing but a leaf. He was just like Adam. But instead of the apple, he grabbed the fruit of your leaves, and to him they tasted like peaches. That's when I knew that promises were meant to be broken if they don't come from the heart. Damn, that's fucked up, mama. You put your child in the middle of your promise. You put your whole world on your child's shoulder. Not once thinking that in the future she'll have her own birds. She screamed, mama, please, while she begged on her knees. Let my protector come back into my life with her wrist sliced in the air. God, please. As time passed by, she learned what a curse and a blessing was, and now she is blessed to be. You got motherfuckers talking about that they want to make a change, they want to make a difference, but still stuck in the same phase. You got motherfuckers talking about that they want to chase a bag, but stay at home and nag. Then when you ask them what they need, they say less talking, more opinions, no prayers with the vision. You ask me, y'all need to focus more on the vision, rely less on television. How you want a future, you have no vision. This world is just like fiction. What we need is more talking, less opinions, more prayers with no division. Before you come up with a conclusion, giving people false illusions, pick up a book, do your research, learn your history before you end up in a ditch making history. Division and religion isn't working. The only way to show God our faith and love is through our actions. Our convictions is the only thing that really unite us. One God, one nation, different beliefs. There's words that can't fly with the wind. There's insults that are not violent. Meanwhile, while you're holding them, they're killing you on the inside. If I was to tell you that I didn't hurt, I would be lying. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that there's truths that lie, especially when they're telling you that they're indifferent? Getting shoved to the side because you're different. There's a hug out there someone didn't receive today. Probably because of what was said about them yesterday. Probably because of the way they was dressed today. Not realizing that the one that they hate could be the one that saves their day. But you know what? Thanks to them, it's another day in history where you get to flip the pages to your book and speak your story. And Lord, it's unholy. But you know what hurts the most? As I walk down the street and I see how easily we're divided. When we all should be united. One body, one mind, one soul, a million talents. Lord, without you, we're all divided. Forgive them, Lord, for they don't know any better. They don't know that there's someone out there that loves them. Some people will always have a place in my heart, but not in my life.
Hey, yo, Flory, turn me up.
Because when I tell you that it hurts, it hurts. Envy in your eyes, yet you want trust. Can't tell if you're an enemy or a friend. I mean, back then when I was naive, now I'm older, some say wiser. I'm no fool. I'm only a friend when convenient. Took a while to understand that it was real and never leave. Only when you're in pain and alone, you know who you can really depend on. You say you were a friend, where were you when I needed a hand? Shit, you was following a trend. A friend ain't nothing but $1 in your pocket when the money gone, so are they. Shit. And they say a friend in need is a friend indeed. You watched as I drown. Now I'm getting around while you in the dog pound. Shit. It's funny how karma has a tendency of bringing things back around. It's not funny when the one you look up to is the one wearing the crown. You're nothing but a clown. What you need to do is bring that ass back around town. And like Deja says, smack a nigga with an open hand. Facts. Facts, facts, facts. Like Deja says, alright, you smack a nigga with an open hand. Alright? That's the fastest way. You want to disrespect me? Let me disrespect you back. Go on, you. Real shit. But let's get back on topic, man. Shout out to Aramero, man, 4802. All right, I gotta make sure. All right, I'm gonna make sure that I edit his part out. So the video is going to be on private for a little bit. Make sure y'all sub up. All right, make sure y'all become members. All right, I'm gonna put some more poetry up in the members only. All right, guys. So make sure y'all become members and stuff like that. We also got a second channel where it's going to be a little more, how can I say, family oriented. All right, I'm gonna be doing TikTok dances with my daughter over there. So make sure y'all sub up. All right, exclamation Writers for Life brings it all to 2.0. All right, guys, make sure y'all go check that joint out. I'm gonna be doing some reviews and reactions with my daughter over there too. So make sure y'all go sub up to that channel over there. Let's get back on this. All right, so we're gonna pick up where we left off. I'm gonna rewind it back a little bit. All right. So like I told y'all earlier, all right, we're not getting into Kevin Gates the rapper. All right, we're not doing that. All right. I had said earlier, right, when we get into Kevin Gates today, right, we're going to get into like the persona. All right, it's not even, how can I say, all right, let me put it like this. All right, like I said yesterday, let me start it off like I did yesterday. Right, we talk about mental health, abuse, trauma, healing, right? All the heavy stuff people pretend, they're too busy to deal with until, it knocks on their door. And it sits on their chest like, how can I say, sleep paralysis. And the wild part is folks will laugh at trauma until it's theirs. They'll dismiss abuse until it's theirs, right? They'll dismiss the abuse, until it's their sister, their son, their best friend, But in here, nah, all right? We don't play with that. We don't, how can I say, glamorize pain, and we don't, how can I say, weaponize. We don't weaponize it either. We talk about it because silence is where, real damage grows. All right. So big shout out to Aramero for coming up here. All right. Because listen, he had his cojones on the right place. All right. He has a dark past. How many of us doesn't have a dark past? All right. And everybody deserves love. Listen, when I think of my fiance, I love to think, and I love the fact that in my fantasy world, I am the beauty to that beast. To the world, he might be a beast. You see where I'm coming from? To the world, he might be this and that. But to me, I know that I am the beauty to that beast. And I found treasure where, other people saw misery. I saw the light at the end of the tunnel where others saw darkness. To me, he is not just somebody that was in them streets. To me, he's a man. A man with feelings, a man with emotions, a man that even though, has a beast that sleep within him now because, he's with me, he has kids, right? He has another baby mama, right? So it's kind of like, I've seen the side of him that others never got to see. And it's crazy because I've experienced, a lot of hate behind that. A lot of people turn their backs on me because of that. But I don't see the beast that they see. And it's crazy because I was able to see, how can I say, through him and not past him. He's shown me a side that he's never shown other people. And I don't know. I don't think every woman could do that, right? I think only a few of us could do that, right? And why do I come up with that conclusion? Because as crazy as it is, right, I had a grandfather in my life to guide me. But when I come on social media, right, well, I have an old head here in real life, right? That it's kind of like a combination of Ms. Yo Thoughts and Miss Akimi. I'm not going to sit here and lie. So, listen, I'm going to leave this link here in the chat. If nobody has ever checked out Miss Akimi and Ms. Yo Thoughts, go check out I think it's Yokimi, if I'm not mistaken. Akimi. Let me see. Yep. Go check them out. All right. Great conversations, great topics, and a lot of inspiration. All right. But yeah, like I was saying, and today we're diving into something that got, the whole internet pacing around like they lost their keys. Kevin Gates on Club Shay. Now listen, Kevin Gates is a lot of things to the world. He's a rapper, right? To the memes, let me see. How can I say? To the memes, how can I say? They turn him into memes, right? He's a walking quote generator. To some folks, he's a philosopher, right? With a grill. But how can I say? But strip all that away, and he's still a father, a son, somebody's lover, somebody's child, a human being who makes mistakes just like the rest of us. People forget that celebrities bleed too, right? They cry and they get lost too, just like us. When Kevin, started talking about relationships, marriage, trauma, you could tell he wasn't just talking to Shannon Sharp, right? He was talking to every person who ever loved wrong, healed late or stayed, how can I say, too long. And let's be honest, half the internet only heard the parts they wanted to react to. Folks don't listen to understand anymore. They listen to respond, to drag, to clip, to trend. But when you actually sit with what he said, there's pain in there. There's accountability in there. There's confusion in there. There's a man trying to figure out his own heart, in front of millions. Even though my fiance is not a celebrity, right? While people were making him out to be, this type of monster, this type of, womanizer, this type of, whatever, because of his past, I saw the man that he was. It's crazy as to say, they say the eyes are, how can I say, are the windows to your soul. And I believe that. I believe when my grandfather says that.
All right, your eyes are the windows to your soul, because when I look into his eyes, I see way more than a monster. I don't see a beast. I see a man. When they say, oh, he's, he's a bear, he's, he's like a grizzly bear, he's mean, he's this, I say, well, he's a teddy bear to me. All right, so that asshole to y'all is my personal asshole. You see where I'm coming from? Like, I love every part of that asshole. He makes me happy. Mm-hmm. Because he's not perfect. He's beyond perfect. And he's taught me that. I'm imperfect. He's like Kevin Gates said in his interview yesterday. All right. I don't know if we even got to that part. And I think I don't even know what part that is, because it was a clip. It was a short. Right. And he told Shannon Sharp, he said, Shannon Sharp, I am the perfect imperfection. Mm-hmm. And no, he started the live like that. That's what it was. Mm. He started the interview saying, because he did his prayer in Arabic, and then he said it in English, and then he said, Shannon Sharp, I am the perfect imperfection. I was like, yo, that's one of his songs. Mm. So basically everything is like, if you really peep, all his songs relate to something he's experienced in his real life. So what others see as a monster, as a beast, those that are with him see as what I see you. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get right on topic. Let me see. Let me deal over here real quick. 1 second, guys.
This is untamed. In the depths of my soul.
Oh, that John got stuck right there for a second. I apologize. I had to deal with something real quick. All right, guys. But listen. All right. Like I was saying, right? Kevin Hart, there's, when you listen to his music, when you listen to everything he says, his story and everything, there's a man trying to figure out his own heart in front of millions, right? And like I was saying yesterday, when we get to the Christy and Desmond Scott being thrown into, the mix, like seasoning nobody asked for, people love to drag, married couples into conversations they didn't sign up for. Social media will take a clip, one rumor, one facial expression, and suddenly, their relationship experts with their degrees from TikTok, all right? With degrees from TikTok University. Meanwhile, half of them, can't keep a situation alive for more than 2 weekends in a DoorDash order, right? But they swear they know who should divorce who should be with who should do what, where. You see where I'm coming from? Like, and then, let's get to Brittany Renner, right? And these are from little clips, all right? So I'm just talking. We haven't gotten to the part yet. I don't even know where they're, because since we're about to hit the romance and the relationships, I wanted to talk about it. I touched on it a little bit yesterday when we ended our live, right? I mean, the night before yesterday when we ended our live. But, listen. People just like to project their fears and insecurities and fantasies. We don't even know how the woman is really behind closed doors. All right. Kevin Gates won't even speak. All right. And then, Dreka, people swear they know, the woman's entire story based on 2 pictures and a rumor from 2018. The way folks create narratives out of thin air should honestly be, how can I say, a paid skill for most. My poetry? No, I don't freestyle. I don't do rap either. I just do poetry. Sometimes, how can I say it? When I feel something deep within, when I'm reading it or when I'm saying it, I'm gonna put it like this, all right? When a lot of my subscribers asked me to put my poetry behind a beat, what I did was I started listening to certain beats because I don't know how to make beats, right? So I found this app, and then there's, a lot of beats that I like. So I'll put on a beat and I just listen to that beat. And as I'm listening to the beat, right, I'm just, you could call it like a freestyle, but it's really more poetry. You see where I'm coming from? I say what I'm saying based on the rhythm of that beat, and I write it down. And I have to write it down because if not, I'll forget that, John. Listen, I could make a poem out of, I could make 100 poems out of one phrase. So it's like, for me to do it again, You see where I'm coming from? I mean, it's poetry. That's why it comes off as rap. What do y'all think? You know, I mean, listen, I ask a lot of people, what do y'all think rap is? You see where, but my poetry is different. Some of it can come off as rap. I could put it behind a beat when it comes from deep within me. I don't know if you understand. When it's a story that I've experienced or something that I've heard that brings me back a memory of something I've been through, I've seen in person. Now, I have a lot of poetry that I cannot put behind a beat because, right, I'm listening to someone else's story, right? And now I'm writing a poem. And sometimes it comes off as like, if, oh, you're writing about yourself because I put you see where I'm coming from or something like that. And it's not even like that. It's just some people don't understand poetry. See, when I'm writing poetry and I'm writing someone's story, it's like for that 1 second, I have to walk a mile in these shoes, right? And then for 1 second, I have to try to bear the cross. See, I can't just pretend that I'm walking a mile in that person's shoes. I have to listen to their story, and I have to like try to bear the cross that they're. All right, put it like this: are you able? Could you? And most of us cannot do this, right? If you was able to, you know, how can I say, feel the shoes of someone else and walk a mile in some, you can never feel the shoes of someone else. So let me take that back and rephrase that. If you had to, right, put on someone else's shoes and walk a mile, you know, in their shoes, could you be able to understand why that person acts the way that person, you know, acts, why they behave the way they behave, why they talk the way they talk, why they feel the way they feel, why do they think the way they think? And most people cannot do that. So it's kind of like when I'm listening to a story, it's not about me. You see where I'm coming from? It's like now I'm listening to that story, a story that they confided in me now, right? But I cannot tell this story to anybody else, right? So now I have to walk a mile in this person's shoes to understand that story, to be able to write about it, right? And not give up this person, right? Or exactly what they say. So I have to go to a metaphor word. Now I have to go into my imagination. You see where I'm coming from? And then it's like basically metaphor, right? Like it's hard to break it down and explain, right? Because when I write in the dark, just like this right here, right? And I'm in complete silence and I'm listening to people, right? Or I'm thinking about something, right? So yeah, sometimes I'm able to put a poem, right? Put some poems together and put it behind a beat, and it can sound like a rap, but in reality, it's nothing more than just a poem behind a beat. You see where I'm coming from? Lyrical poem. That's what I call it. And it exists. They got lyrical poems out there, right? But that takes a lot of effort from me, though. I'm not going to sit here and lie. Like to sit here, put the beat on, because it takes time. You have to listen to the beat, and then you have to keep rewinding it back, and you're thinking, right? And then you're going back to that beat. And sometimes I don't have the time for it. So I just mostly push out poetry. And then for me to rap, I have to control my breathing, and something I don't know. Now, if I had somebody that knows how to do beats, right, and could teach me how to control my breathing, I wouldn't mind writing more lyrical poems. You see where I'm coming from? And doing them myself. Because why get, let somebody else sing it if I could do it. But shit, I'm like, shit, fuck it. I'll write something down. And if you want it, you got it. All right? Shit. But let's get back on this. Let's get back on topic. I apologize, guys. And thank you, Aramero. I appreciate your support. I appreciate you being brave enough coming up here talking about mental health, the things that you have been in your past, the things you're fighting right now. Because listen, let me tell y'all something. Just like Kevin Gates, there's a lot of men out here, all right, that are fighting their demons in the same hell that we're in, fighting, because we all fight demons. We all fight demons in the same hell, just in different ways. All right. But listen, what I want to do today is, let's get to the real root. Trauma. Everybody got it, but nobody wants to admit it. People will blame their ex, their childhood, their zodiac sign, right? Their job, their neighbor's dog, anything except the fact that they, haven't sat with themselves long enough to understand why they move the way they move. Kevin Gates ain't perfect. right? But at least he's talking about the demons out loud. Some of y'all won't even admit to yourself, right? In the shower, in front of a priest, what demons you're fighting. So today we're not here to, drag nobody. We're not here to worship nobody either. We're here to talk about the real people, real mistakes, real healing, and real growth. We're here to, laugh when it's funny, cry when it's heavy, and reflect when it's necessary. Because at the end of the day, we're all just trying to figure out how to love better, live better, and not lose ourselves in the process. And if you label yourself based on anything I say tonight, that's on you. Because, babe, I'm just a messenger. You're the one holding the mirror. You see where I'm coming from? That's it. Let me press play. I'm trying to press play and it's not letting me. Oh, Purple Heart Podcast. I thought y'all had left a while ago. Mr. Oates is back in the chat. But shout out to Purple Heart Podcast Show. Shout out to Purple Heart Podcast. Let's get this video started. All right. I told you I was going to keep going. It's Sunday. Right? Listen, man, I got to make up for yesterday. I was trying to sleep. I still can't sleep. Y'all see me. This is why I'm so wired. All right. My kids is not going to let me go to sleep until tonight. So I'm wired. So let's watch this video while I got the time, because y'all not going to see me until next weekend, man. So if y'all ain't sub up, make sure y'all do, man. And if y'all enjoying the stream so far, man, make sure you smash that like button for a shorty, man. And I appreciate the love.
And then he already had, his little people back there, whatever. It wasn't nothing major. The world no sugar from shit.
Do you get tried? So let's just say y'all go,
and my younger days coming up, I got tested every day. I beat up every day. Win, lose, or maybe. Gladiator school. From the neighborhood to the jail to everything.
Right.
I beat up all that.
My whole life.
But adult jail, I don't have any losses. But I had already been through everything already.
They know you. Did they know? So the first time you went to juvie, you were not afraid?
Yeah, I'm scared of them.
Okay. Did you know anybody in there?
Yeah. I had people from my neighborhood enough.
So they looked out for you?
Now, really, I still had the scuffle. Hey, you and him, y'all do something. I'm grateful that happened, though. It taught me a lot about who I was as a person.
Okay, you go to juvie. You like, damn, I ain't really.
And then another thing, I got to say this. I did get, God rest the dead. I did get what they call bushed or jumped.
Yeah. In
adult jail. But the people that was involved in that, they not here no more. But I did get, and I ain't had nothing to do with it or nothing, but they just not here no more. But even them, you got to kill me. I ain't gonna stop.
What would lead one to get bushed or jumped?
I don't know what it was about. I don't know. How my lawyer says, it's always over a girl.
Ain't no girls in there.
I probably was putting that on the in the street.
I can't with him.
And then I fell on the line he was on.
Oh,
with the same.
The young lady. The young lady.
Man, that was my hoe.
Man, come on, man. That was your girl.
I'm putting that on the whole area. I guess he felt played. I don't know. I mean, I accidentally picked the phone because I thought on my partner. I'm like, I'm over here. Hey, it's my turn. It's my turn today.
You picked the phone up.
Man, you already.
Come on, man. You don't answer the phone at nobody else's house, Kev. You wrong for that.
It was
no, I can't. Nope, I can't get down with you on that one.
Don't. We was at her sister's house. It was her cell phone.
Why you answered? You don't pay the bill? You pay the bill?
He just kept calling.
He tried to get in touch with her.
Man, look, hey, it's my turn. You gonna have to catch it tomorrow, thug. And he just took that. I really was joking.
Man, you know you can't joke with nobody like that, Kel. Come on now.
I know now.
You knew then. You calling the chick, and you call it all of a sudden. Hey, what up, player? I'm over here right now. It's my turn. She'll get at you on Friday. Today, Tuesday.
I was really playing though. I was playing.
Where they play like that at, Kevin? Where they play like that at? Where?
I was a kid then, though.
You know that they play like that because you was already in the streets.
Yeah.
So you know they don't play like that.
Yeah. It was whatever, but I really wasn't tripping though. It wasn't nothing like that. It was like, man, that was my hoe.
That was your young lady. Okay, I get that.
You know what's that?
Man, that was my hoe. I can't with Kevin Gates, yo. I can't with him, yo. He is entertaining, though. He is very entertaining. Blessings, T-Rail. How you doing? Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live, guys. Make sure y'all go check his channel out.
I'm here, man. It ain't no military secret. I'm putting that dick on this hoe. That's how that's going right now. Yeah.
Okay, but keep that on the hush.
All that calling, all that stalking, man. I'm a player. We don't do no shit like that. Who raised you?
You a player, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He was in love with her. He probably done bought a little something, paying the rent. He probably paid the phone bill, paying the light bill and all that.
You wasn't paying no phone bill. Shorty was with you, I guess, probably when I was in jail or something. I forgot. She was just, you was something.
She was passing the time. Huh?
Yeah, you was something to do, you heard me? It was cool.
So you find yourself on the same line.
I ain't never know how he looked. He knew how I looked. And then he already had, his little people back there or whatever. It wasn't nothing major though. Then it's so crazy. He ain't even want scratch. He was little. He wasn't want scratch. He wasn't living like that for real. He talked good though, but God.
So he tried to send the boy for you, the goons for you.
Oh, come on. He ain't want to do nothing but one of his partners, they had jumped me or whatever. But then after they jumped me, it wasn't really about nothing. Because after that, I still led the prayer call. I say, tomorrow when we wake up, we're going to do it again. Yeah, shit. I had a little eye. I had a black eye, little eye.
Yeah.
Probably had a little, you know what I'm saying? Bust me up a little bit. Nothing major. Little lip, little eye. Cool.
Then you come back tomorrow, let's do it again.
It was somebody else was on the line that we all had mutual respect for because I used to date this. So he cool.
Well, damn, Cam. How big is Baton Rouge? Like 25 people?
Shit, from Baker to Gonzales, you blink your eye, you be done passed through it. It's small.
Right.
But they got a lot of trophies come from Baton Rouge. A lot of living legends come from them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm blessed to have grew up though.
So at 13, you get your first juvie. Okay, you get out. Did you say, you know what? I ain't going back. I'm gonna be on the straight now.
No, I was still seeking acceptance. I was running with some older dudes and I was seeking acceptance for them and point. I'm gonna show you what's happening. All you gotta do is point. And I guess it was, they put batteries in my bag. I guess. But I was seeking acceptance. Because I was looking up to some dudes that wasn't even like that for real. So I was like, seeking acceptance, like all young kids, impressionable kids. Just them respecting me made me just feel so great. But I'm like, as I started maturing in the game, I'm like, y'all really,
I'm about a life that y'all not about. And y'all putting y'all battering me up.
Yeah, everybody's been an R2D2 before. Everybody's been a robot. Some people still are.
Man, that's a fact. A lot of people. Man, listen, man, I've seen grown folks be out here being followers. Why I say that? Because, man, look, listen, man, I was shocked when I first, started doing this podcast and stuff and like, stuff like that. Like for a good minute, like, listen, before I was coming onto social media just to talk, but then I decided to start doing the podcasting and talking to people and, letting my people in my community come into the podcast and stuff like that. But then it was like, because I'm sitting here, I was like, oh, how is y'all grown folks, old heads, out here acting like little kids? Like, that's something that I never understood. Like, and sometimes I'm like, yo, I just wonder when in the world are all these grown-ups gonna stop this childish race they got online? For real. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear it because a lot of people want to see the drama and all this. But don't ask for respect when you're on this drama, being disrespected. Because you're too grown to sit here and not understand why in the world you getting disrespected back. See where I'm coming from? Like, some of these old heads on this drama be out of pocket.
But I no longer operate off batteries.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your favorite uncle, proud partner of Rose Sparks. Have you ever had one of those nights? Maybe you're watching a movie, you're laughing, she snuggles in closer on the couch, and boom, it's on. Down. I'm done with this.
The last bid I did.
How long was that? What was that stretch?
33 months.
Drugs?
No, they try to say that it was in Chicago. It was crazy. I never heard of this charge though, but they tried to say I was a convicted felon with a firearm, which I didn't have a firearm, but they say I'm a gang chief. I'm not even from Chicago. I've never been in a gang.
Right.
It's just weird.
But you done been locked up a lot of places though, kid.
What's a lot?
More than one. Different states.
Yeah, I have.
Louisiana.
Chicago. Canada.
Ohio.
Yep.
What?
How you know about Ohio?
Kid.
Get it in Ohio.
Yeah.
And they got some real out there.
Really?
Yeah. Good people.
So after
that's crazy. How you know about that? Oh, you done done your homework. You done done your research. Let me find out.
I was okay in school. I wasn't great, but I was okay.
Nah, I was looking at that one where you was like, yeah, sound like Johnny can't read. I said, that's my dog. That's my dog.
So I'm just trying to figure out how you go from that. Were you rapping before you started doing all this stuff, or rapping was a byproduct? Says, you know what? Let me find something I can do that I can make an honest living doing.
I fell in love with the hustle. I never really took music serious.
Okay.
I started taking music serious when I started watching everybody do what I wanted to do.
Okay.
And I was like, I'm gonna take this shit serious. But by the time I was taking it serious, I still had other shit pending. I had to go, you know what I'm saying, face all that shit. But I was addicted to the hustle.
Right.
Because if you ain't got no money, you ain't shit. I fell in love with the hustle. It's like I had a vendetta. I just wanted to kiss. I just love the hustle. Like when Mitch said on Paid in Full, I love the hustle.
Do you believe people look at you differently, view you differently, treat you differently if you got paper?
Think or no?
No.
Yeah, they do.
Because they say money, hey, you don't need no money. And people going to treat you the same, going to look at you the same. Women going to treat you the same, going to look at you the same.
That's not true. I wish a woman would come in here and tell me, well, it's not about the money. Well, go get a bum off from over there off Skid Row. I bet he has a great conversation. Go get him. Move him in your house since money don't matter. It's so silly.
But if you go back and you look at Louisiana, you got Wayne, you got P, you got Boosie, NBA, YB, Mystical, Soldier, Slim, C, Murder, Juvie, Webby, Currency, Birdman, BG. You saw all that coming up. You was around it.
Yep.
And you still didn't want to do right until you wanted to do right.
It's not that. I was trying, but I also was trying the other way.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Well, you can't serve two gods. You'll love one and despise the other.
Yeah. Or you could just love both of them.
Nah, you can't love two. One of them got to go. Because remember, we had a conversation earlier.
It's about the law of equivalent exchange. So, yeah. Where your attention goes, energy flows. Wherever you put the most, that's where you get the most out of. So what you do most, you do best.
Absolutely.
So I agree with that.
and what you love to do, what your passion is, who you're gonna be really, and you put your time into that passion, you're gonna be good at it. Whatever your passion.
I love creating new music.
You love,
but I'm a
drama too.
But no, that's not true. I don't love creating drama.
What you thought you was doing when you was going to juvie in and out?
I wasn't creating drama.
What were you creating?
Big brother, my grandma hustled. My grandma said dope, remember?
Yo, wait a minute, babe. Yo, he said his grandma hustled. Kevin Gates, that's where he got. Wait a minute, because it kind of reminds me of Dej Loaf. When she was like in her song, remember? She's like, she used to come up to the door and she was like, yo, what up? What you want? What you need? And the adults didn't even think that she knew, what they was doing. But she knew everything. That shit is wild. See? Listen. I was wondering why y'all did the stuff that y'all did in the 80s. A lot of you born in the 80s and the early 90s, right? Why was y'all so heavy in the streets? A boy explained it yesterday, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, right? And it's crazy because it's kind of like all y'all stories kind of match up. Y'all was thrown, into these streets. You see where I'm coming from? Right? Thrown to the wolves, basically. That was the era where the crack was growing up. The majority,
the epidemic.
Yeah, the majority of the parents
80s.
were out here. I didn't know y'all was out. Well, no, not y'all, but I didn't know that our parents was out here hustling, doing all that shit.
I knew. I wasn't no fool. My eyes was wide open.
Where I caught my mama was at when she lied to me talking about she don't smoke cigarettes, but she had Newports in the chimney, and then I would be outside with Josephine, right? And she'd be in that fucking window thinking nobody could see her in that window smoking them Newports. Don't lie to me. You got caught. Whole neighborhood knew you smoked. But I think she smoked something else too. She was smoking that Mary Jane. I'm telling you. They deny that shit. I ain't smoke no weed. Fuck it. Listen, I respect a parent that could be real. On some real shit. Right. But a parent that lies and your kid gotta catch you doing some shit. Blessings, XX Mike DX. Welcome to the live. How you doing today? Welcome, T-Rail. I don't know if I said blessings to T-Rail. But blessings to everybody in the chat, man. Welcome to the live. How y'all doing? Man, can anybody relate? I'm not saying relate to what Kevin Gates, story, like, exactly what he went through. But can y'all relate to his story? Is y'all life similar to, what he went through? Me personally, yes, I could say I relate to a lot of the stuff that he went through. Except for, being in the streets, dealing with drugs and all that stuff. But everything else that he had to go through, I went through. And that's why yesterday I was saying that, listen, not just little girls go through abuse, right? And even my fiance spoke, right? Because he didn't go through sexual abuse like Kevin did, like I did, right? But his abuse was different. And Kevin is no stranger to the type of abuse that my baby pops went through, because he speaks on it. Not the first interview where, he goes deep into his personal life. And I feel as though that men shouldn't be made fun of because they're out here trying to bring awareness and not stirring up, drama and bullshit. I'm going to be honest, yo. I'm not going to sit here and lie. Like, I've seen a lot of men talk about, I'm here bringing awareness, this and that. But you see them everywhere. And it's like I'm talking to another female. I'm bumping heads with another female. You see where I'm coming from? It's like, you're not telling your story. You're being a victim now. And I'm not feeling pity for it. You see where I'm coming from? And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. But it's unfortunate that, a lot of people that I've come across these, platforms, a lot of platforms, and shout out to the real ones out here that keep it real on social media and they don't give a fuck. But it's unfortunate that I've come across a lot of people that are fake. You see where I'm coming from? Like, you could see it. You could feel it. Welcome to Philly, baby. We got Uncle L in the building. Shout out to Uncle L. Blessings to Uncle L. Welcome, Uncle L, to the live. How you doing today? How you feeling today, man? Yeah, y'all gonna notice I'm a little wired up because I ain't getting no sleep. This the second day me being up. I rescheduled my life yesterday to get some rest, and I still ain't getting no rest. It's crazy. I clocked in and out of work and everything, and I gotta clock in and later on. But by then I'll be done this live. But yeah, man, that's how life be, yo. For real, for real. Like, and what's crazy is right now we're stepping into, part 2, right? And the energy is shifting because, this is where Kevin starts talking about his career, his music, his love life, and the way all of that ties back into his mental health. And, listen, when Kevin talks about love, he don't talk like a rapper. He talks like a man who's been through some things. When he talks about music, he talks, like somebody who uses the mic as a diary. And when he talks about his career, you can hear the weight of every mistake, every lesson, and every blessing. Like, why do you think some, artists reveal more truth in their music than in their real lives? And it's crazy because I can't even say that about the new artists. I don't know. Is there a new artists that do really reveal their true selves in their music? Yeah, because a lot of them get arrested. They go too far to self-snitching, don't they? I think they take it further than the rappers before.
That's a lot of the drill rappers, yeah.
Oh, because I'm like, the rappers before were just storytelling. Like, they said what happened and how they overcame it.
Somebody tell you the difference between old school rappers and these new era rappers is the storytelling is still there. It's just that they putting in the street shit that they actually still doing that's actively happening and telling their story like that through drill music. That's why they came up with the drill music situation.
Drill music is stupid.
It never was a thing. Drill music was never a thing until within the last decade. When new artists came about, that's when the drill music came, because y'all realize it's a bunch of up and coming young artists that was in the street, living the street life, supposed to be trying to make it out and get it better.
Sound more like they trying to be like fucking Biggie. You know how when Biggie said something about throwing the motherfuckers over a river and shit like that?
Nah, baby, it's different.
It's different?
Yeah,
it's
different.
Deeper.
Yeah, you can't bring Biggie into this conversation.
I didn't mean it like that.
No, I'm just saying, like,
because I've heard Biggie sing certain music like that. No, I was fixing it. Maybe I did the comparison wrong.
Yeah, you did.
Because I don't know.
No, that's a difference.
Because you got
to think about gangster rap. Biggie was never a gangster rapper. You got to think about a person who did gangster rap, like Cool G rap and shit like that.
Oh, Cool G. I never really listened to that.
But see, that's like one of the first few gangster rappers, though. You feel what I'm saying?
The Wu-Tang Brothers? What is it? The Wu-Tang Clan? Yeah, I don't know why I said brothers. I'm thinking
of fucking Wu-Tang Clan. That was a group of everybody that had their own individual style that came together and made it what it was.
Ice Cube? I was like,
Ice Cube was a gangster rapper with NWA.
Okay, so I was like, that's the only thing I
see what I'm saying?
I listened to Ice Cube.
Because they're the ones who came up with the first and ever song, Fuck the Police and all that.
Yeah, that I know. That I wasn't allowed to listen to that song when I was little.
But more so like Fuji rap and people like that, corruption. And people like that on the West Coast.
Oh shit!
Really like the ones with the gangster rap.
So the West Coast came up with this genre.
With the gangster rap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pac, right?
But see, I rather know Pac was from New Jersey. He was originally from the East Coast. That's how him and Big was always able to connect so quick before he even went out with the West Coast with Death Row Records and all that.
Pac was more poetic than that story. Well, I'm like, he's just seen.
But no, even though Pac was poetic, he still had his gangster shit about him. He had his gangster shit with him, but he also was one of the ones who was very intelligent.
And then when you look at his real life, it's crazy. I was like, yo, like the music, some of it, not all of it, because a lot of his music you could tell is from his life, like he felt that John, right? But when you look at his personal life, the way he grew up and everything, it doesn't really match. He don't even look like he's somebody from the streets. I don't know if I'm explaining myself right.
Understand what you're saying?
Like I looked at his history, right? Like how he was growing up, young bull, family, everything. And it's like some of the music don't even match. It's like at one point it was like he was trying to be somebody else, or maybe I'm tripping.
No, at one point he was just trying to do good, be right. But then as he got bigger and fame and the drama behind the scenes, all that came about, that's when everything started unfolding.
Schoolie D? Who's Schoolie D?
Schoolie D, another old school rapper.
They said that he's the one credited for gangster rap.
Yeah, they right. They definitely right. Oh, who's that?
Uncle L, he from Philly.
Shout out to him with the old school knowledge.
Oh shit. Uncle L, my baby pop said, shout out to you with the old school knowledge.
Everybody don't even know about Schoolie D and Dash and Corrupt and other people like that.
I've heard of Corrupt. Remember, I was on my live when somebody mentioned them, and I'm like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is. Man, I listen to some rap, not all rap. I don't listen to that. I'm not more. Listen, right now, that's why I was telling Will earlier. Shout out to Aramel, right? And I was telling him, like, listen, man, when he was in the chat typing to me, I was like, my baby pops is more, you know, how can I say, Kevin Gates. I'm more Dej Loaf. You see where I'm coming from? I know more of Dej Loaf because I can relate to Dej Loaf. I can't relate to Kevin Gates, but I love some of his music. I love a lot of it, yo. Listen, Kevin Gates got a lot of good songs. I'm not going to sit here and lie because it's like maybe the childhood trauma right there is where we relate in. All right. And it's in some of his music. You can hear it. You see where I'm coming from? Like, let me see. If I'm able to play some of his songs, I'll play it. But I doubt they'll let me play it. It has to be green because I cannot play copyright music. If they green it, I'll play it. If it's yellow or red, I cannot play no Kevin Gates songs.
In charge. Man, come on, man. Like what? My grandma. Hey,
School D from West.
So you were exposed to that at a very young age. So really, theoretically, that's kind of all.
I know.
Y'all see my grandma on Instagram talking that gangs of shit. Stop playing. God bless her dead. I mean, I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to like get to you the raw way, but because I don't want you to feel like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't no military secret. I'm a real street, unfortunately.
Right.
You said I'm a real street nigga.
Like I done hypes, I done junkies and everything. I done been on the block say, ain't I got a 20 PK. Come eat that motherfucker, man. Yeah. This me. Oh, like I can't be nothing but me.
Let's see, what can I play for you?
I made a better way because I don't never want my children to experience the things that I experienced. My children, if they be in the streets, I failed as a father.
I can't play none of his
I don't miss the streets.
None. Let me see.
But I love
none. It. Oh, nope.
I like street shit.
You know you can never go back there.
Too big of a fish.
Yeah.
And the game ain't the same no more.
Nope. Let me see. Damn, it won't let me play none, so I can't even do it. So I'm not gonna risk it. If I was on the other channel, I would do it. But over here,
moving the goalposts, you know.
Nope.
It's not like, and it's crazy that I'm sitting in here with, like, dressed the way I'm dressed, talking about how the streets used to be. It's
I can't do it.
It used to seem like, it used to seem glorious. It used to seem honorable.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's a lot of slime ball activity. You know what I'm saying? When you looking at it from the outside looking in, you thinking, man, they get money over there. They all loyal to each other and all that. You don't know, nigga. You don't know when as soon as you pull off, they talk about you behind your back. You don't know as soon as you go to jail, your main trying to get, she trying to lay. You don't know that. You know what I'm saying? It's just different. You don't know that he done went in there and made a deal. He done came to you wearing a wire. You done did a control buy. Like, you don't know that they go like that. Then they got these other rules, like once you really get the, you know what I'm saying, just talking about some old shit, they got a rule called irrelevant conduct. Like, just talking about some shit you ain't got no business, you know. It's different now.
Well, it seems like you got out just in time.
It ain't no consequences. It ain't no consequences behind, you know, like, people ask me, how you feel about people that rat? It ain't about no street code that make me don't rat. What make me don't want to be a rat is that we do not sacrifice the lives of others for our own self-preservation. So that's like if you're a Christian and you subscribe to the Christian faith, like I told I had my lawyer told him, Judas told on Jesus.
You did. 30 pieces of sugar.
And so I never want to be like that. We don't sacrifice the lives of others for our own self-preservation.
Well, I get it. I get not snitching if you're in the street, because if you're in the street, you know what comes along with the activity that you engaged in.
Everybody telling them. I mean, they got some.
Kev, I ain't gonna lie to you, Kev. I ain't in the street. You did something, I'm telling. I
He
didn't
said, I ain't,
sign up for that, Kev.
I'm snitching. I'm a sidewalk nigga.
Based on my assessment, and to be honest, I wouldn't do nothing gangster with you. I wouldn't even put myself in that.
I sure appreciate that.
I wouldn't put myself in that predicament, and I wouldn't even expose you to some shit that you might not be ready for, mentally, spiritually, or physically.
No,
Yeah. What that boy ESTG say? First time I hit something with that blick, I had a weak stomach.
But listen, I get all that, right? I'm gonna let him finish that, and then I'm gonna give my commentary real quick.
So you see all these figures around you in Louisiana doing it. Is that when you're like, okay, I'm gonna take it serious? Because people around you, it's easy. It's not easy. I shouldn't say easy. But when you see people that grew up in an environment like you and can do something, you have to think that you can do it.
Mm-hmm. I ain't seen no doctors and lawyers.
You saw hustlers and pimps, huh?
With all due respect, I live under that old law, like the ism, but I'm not no pimp. I don't take cash out of bitch ass. I'm too much of a protector for my heart ain't built for that. And they say to thine own self be true. So, I just ain't got the heart for that to be no pimp. I couldn't. My heart ain't gonna let me do it because I love hard. I'm a lover.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, if you violate, I'm going to demonstrate right there. I'm not even going to let my woman go through nothing. I'm going to protect her at all costs. So I had to pick something else more suitable for me.
Right.
But I respect every man hustle, but that ain't my hustle. I like that. I'm in that hardball lane, that black top in between them yellow lines.
Right.
But like I say, I'm so glad that.
Careful, baby.
I'm so glad that I've been delivered from that bullshit.
Yeah, we trying to keep you from going back. Don't go back.
Don't make me.
P, you see Master P, and I've met P, talked to P. He a great dude. For him to be able to do what he did, selling and to get and to now he's a multi-hundred millionaire.
Listen, I gotta keep pausing it, guys, because I gotta give my commentary. All right, but listen, what's the part that really interests me tonight in this, right? And finishing this live, all right, and finishing this interview with Kevin Gates, right? It's to see how he ties all this, right? The career, the love life, the music, back into his mental health. Because people forget that, fame don't heal trauma. Money don't, how can I say, erase childhood wounds, right? Success don't fix emotional damage. And Kevin is one of the few artists who actually admits that he's not pretending to be perfect. He's showing the process. So tonight, we're diving into Kevin, Gates, the artist, the lover, the fighter, the survivor, the storyteller, the human being behind the headlines. All right, we're going to laugh, we're going to reflect, we're going to get uncomfortable, and we're going to get real. Because if part one was about where, he came from, part two is about who he became, and trust me, this part of the story is just as important as the beginning. Right? So, listen, when saying that, right, let me just get this out there, right? When Kevin said respect is earned, not given, I felt that in my bones, right? Because people swear respect is something they're automatically, owed like a, how can I say, a W-2 form, right? At text time. But let me tell y'all, right? Respecting, how can I say, a direct deposit. You don't just wake up and get it, all right? You got to show character. You got to show consistency. You got to show integrity. But nowadays, folks want respect just, for breathing. Kevin was raised, on that old school principle. It's not about how hard you fall. It's about how hard you get back up. And I don't know if y'all was raised like that, but I was raised like that. And the part that really hit me, was when he admitted that he used to be a follower. That's real. That's honest. A lot of people won't say it. They won't say that aloud because their ego too loud. But Kevin said it straight. He looked up to the wrong people and let's be real. Who hasn't? We all had, that phase where we followed the wrong crowd, trusted the wrong energy, and admired somebody who wasn't good for us. That's part of growing up. All right. I, at one point, looked up to the wrong people. That's why my ass kept getting in trouble, even though I wasn't doing the wrong shit. I was just in the wrong places with the wrong crowd at the wrong time. I shouldn't have been there. I had people that was trying to, support me, get me, how can I say, get me on track and stuff like that. And I pushed them away. So, like I said, Kevin admitting, he was, how can I say, another thing, Kevin admitting he was, scared the first time he went to, juvie. That's human. That's normal. That's any young boy. That's how can I say, that's how any young boy would feel. Right? But society loves to act like young men, especially young black and brown boys, are supposed to walk into danger like they're superheroes. Nah. Fear is natural. Fear is survival. Fear is what keeps, keeps you living, keeps us living. All right? It keeps you living long enough to grow up. What do we expect young boys? All right? How can I say? Why do we expect young boys, right? To be fearless when adults, are scared every day of their life for whatever the reason is. And let's talk about this part because people love to twist it. When Kevin said the person who hurt me ain't alive no more, folks jump straight, to assumptions like, damn, y'all don't listen? Just because he said that, right? That does not mean he did anything. The streets have their own consequences. Life has its own karma, right? Not everything is a confession. Sometimes it's just a fact of how the world works. Why do people always assume the worst instead of actually listening to what was said? People hear one sentence and start, building whole crime documentaries in their head. Like, relax, relájate for 1 second, right? Kevin wasn't bragging. He wasn't confessing. He was reflecting. He was saying, look at how, life played out. And honestly, right? A lot of us got stories like that. People who hurt us, betrayed us, or traumatized us. And life handled them long before we ever could. That's not revenge. That's reality. And some people, like in my situation, like in my story, like I explained yesterday, our abuser is still walking free. Not even in the registry. See where I'm coming from? Because, how can I say it? I didn't know how to speak up at the right time or who to go to at the right, at the moment that needed to be, it needed to be done. And I can't get mad at nobody, even though I had a lot of anger when I was younger, right? I had to learn and reflect, especially when I had kids. And listen, every day, I thank God for putting my fiance in my way. Because, what's crazy is that he was putting my fiance in my way while he was removing someone that was keeping me in one spot. Even though that person wasn't a bad person, right? That person didn't want to elevate. That person didn't want, get themselves out of the situation that they was. And all I was doing was holding myself back, trying to help that person prosper. But it was too late. Sometimes my heart can be bigger than, my head. You see where I'm coming from? So I appreciate him for teaching me a lot of things. You see where I'm coming from? Like, he has been my backbone on some real shit while I've been his spine. It's a vice versa thing. So what's crazy is, like, people just don't understand the reality of certain things. And what's crazy? Like, what I love about this part of the interview is how Kevin, mixes honesty with accountability. He's not pretending he's perfect. He's not pretending he was fearless. He's not pretending he always made the right choices. He's saying, I messed up. I followed the wrong people, right? I was scared. I learned. That is growth. That's maturity. That's, the kind of transparency people need to hear. But a lot of people don't want to hear it. Only those that are willing to receive it will receive it. Some people are not ready. And it's not that they might not even want it. It's just that they're not ready at that moment. right? It could be, you know, the person, the messenger. You see where I'm coming from? And it could be the right message, but the messenger isn't right for that person. It wasn't meant for that person. That's why I say I don't force nothing into nobody. I don't convince or converse. We have conversations over here, all right? Because I ain't trying to change nobody, all right? What we're trying to do is, have a better tomorrow, all right? Teach our youth that we could actually do things differently. Once you know better, you do better. But a lot of people, know better and they still choose to do worse. So.
Mean to New Orleans?
I don't know what he mean to New Orleans. I know what he mean to me.
What do you mean to you?
That man still come knock on my door to this day. We live in the same neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, that nigga still pulling up like he in a project. Hey, wake up. Get up out that bed. Nah, he proud of me though. He proud of me.
What was the first time that you met P?
I kind of grew up knowing them.
Okay.
Since I was a kid.
What have you learned? You see a guy that, tried out for the NBA, made it to the last cut, became this mogul.
That's not the Master P I know.
Hey.
Yeah, I know you know the other one.
The ice cream man.
Ice cream man.
He always been a hustler.
Mm-hmm.
A dog about that paper. Yeah.
I read that Boosie hopped on one of your tracks at a discount.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. What does that mean when you see somebody that's already made it, that's in the game, and they say, you know what, you're a good dude, bro.
It was beautiful because he showed love. Like he was texting. He was texting everybody, but he showed love at a time when he didn't even have to.
Right.
Like, it was beautiful.
Does that mean more to you when somebody gives you favor and they don't have to?
You ain't have to do that, but you did that. And I respect you for that, still to this day.
That's some
It
real
was like in 2008 or something like that, 2007. He ain't have to do that.
He didn't have to do any of that.
At all.
Birdman, did Birdman try to sign you to Cash Money?
Something like that.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
I don't know. It's like when
Talk
I saw
about it,
him
Kevin.
I saw him bust down 100 million with his team, like in front of me. And I was like, I want to do this for my team. He's like, you gonna do it, nephew. You're Aquarius. It's in you. You gonna do it. And that was all the motivation I needed.
Wow.
But when I was over there with them, I already had my own record label though.
Right.
Like I followed in the footsteps of Cash Money, No Limit, Trillion T. I followed in the footsteps of them.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted my own record label, Breadwinners.
Jim Jones told a story on Drink Champs that you wouldn't sign with Cash Money unless they introduced him to him, Jim Jones. Any truth to that?
Okay.
Well, I got you here right now. Tell me tell me the truth.
I mean, if that's what they told him, I don't know the conversation they had, but I never even signed to them. So.
Right. Well, maybe because you didn't meet him.
I met Jim Jones, and that is not the story.
That baby because why you didn't sign?
I don't know, but when I met him though,
yeah,
like, and we still got a great relationship to this day. So I won't say that up because I didn't even hear that interview or see that. No one ever. This is new information to me.
Okay,
but I don't know what they told him. But when I met him and we had developed our own relationship and rapport, we've been like brothers ever since.
Wow. And
he taught me a lot about the industry and the label. And I'm be honest, Jim Jones was the flyest in the game. Like that's that I looked up to. Like, hey, shout out to Jim. Capo. But yeah, he was the flyest in the game at that time.
And then you meet Wayne.
Yeah, I met Wayne.
How old was Wayne when you met him?
I don't even remember how old I was. I had just got out of jail 2011, so I might have been like 20 something. Out of jail 2011, and I met Wayne maybe 2011 or 12. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
It might have been the end of 11 or the beginning of 12. Don't make me lie to you.
So that group, I mean, you got Young Money, you got No Limit. What's the
Damn, he met Lil Wayne when Lil Wayne was 30 years old. Lil Wayne was already out there.
Young Money with Wayne, Drake, Nicki?
Who wouldn't have wanted to be there?
Yes.
That was like they at that time, they was like the Roman Empire of the music industry.
For sure.
And I was like Hannibal Barker.
So what's up?
Nothing. Yeah, here I am. That's what's up. Oh, my bad. Ask me that question again. What's up?
Yeah.
Ask me.
What's up?
Me. What's up?
Bro, I mean, why didn't you get down with them, bro? The money, that's the money. You talk about 100 million, you can bust down 100 mil.
I don't think it was in alignment for me. It might have not been in the cards for me. I believe in allowing things to happen how they're supposed to happen.
Okay.
Like me and Birdman, we still got a great relationship.
Right.
Me and Wayne got a great relationship. We do. It's no static or no smoking there or nothing, but it just wasn't in alignment for me at that time.
All right, well, help me up.
And then I probably wouldn't be who I am if that situation would have happened.
So you don't feel like you missed out on anything in that situation?
No.
You believe everything happened for a reason and there's a purpose behind every act.
Yeah, rejection is protection. You don't know what you're being protected from.
But you just got to trust that you're being protected.
You got to know. Disappointments come with it, so I accept my wins the same as I do my defeats. But I love where I'm at right now.
Okay.
And I love the man that I've become. Nobody owns me. No, I heard Denzel said that in American Gangster. Nah, I ain't gonna say that. But I'm around a lot of good people and I met a lot of great people and I get to be myself every day.
Right.
How many people get to wake up and be their authentic self? Like when I walked in here, I'm like, oh, what's that? I just hugged.
Yeah.
I ain't gotta be careful.
Right.
I could just be me. And people love you and respect you more when you're authentic.
Well, you can be that better than anybody because
yeah, I'm me.
You copyrighted.
I'm me.
Wayne, the best rapper from New Orleans.
In what time?
Anytime. The greatest rapper from New Orleans is who?
He one of my favorites.
I'm just trying to figure out who you gonna say better than Weezy.
He one of my favorites.
Oh shit, who better than Weezy? I mean, I don't know. I've heard a lot of people say people is better than Weezy. For real. But let's be real, right? Pausing it right here, him saying all this, right? A lot of us can relate to, Kevin Gates' journey. A lot of you might not, but a lot of us can really relate, right? We all had moments where, we followed instead of led. We've all had moments where, fear made us freeze, where, we all had moments where we trusted the wrong people. But the difference between staying stuck and leaving, how can I say, not leaving, leveling up, all right, is admitting it. Kevin admitted it, and that's why, his story hit so many people, because he's not hiding the ugly parts. A lot of people come online and they want to say they want to speak on a story and stuff like that, but they only want to bring out the pretty parts of it. They're too scared or they fear to bring, for whatever reason, to bring out the ugly parts of the story. So when Kevin, talks about respect, fear, following the wrong crowd, and the consequences, life hands out, he's not glorifying anything. He's giving game. All right. He's showing how far he's come. And honestly, that's why this interview hits different, because it's not just about fame or music. It's about growth, accountability, and the reality of, surviving environments that weren't built for us. Like, now listen. Kevin wasn't lying when he said, nowadays you can't trust nobody. And that's sad, right? Because it's true. Your homie will smile in your face and stab you in the back, right? And your partner, man or woman, can do you just as dirty. Loyalty got an expiration date these days. Folks switch up faster than Wi-Fi signals, right? And Kevin said it straight. All right, betrayal don't got a gender. Anybody can snake you, all right, if their spirit ain't right. That's why earlier when I was talking to Aramand, I can't even say his name now. Aramande. Damn, I'm mixing his name up. I'm really messing up his name. I was telling him that when he was talking about the bull that, just, unalived people, right? And he didn't care. Well, that person has an evil spirit. You see where I'm coming from? A demonic spirit. And shout out to Kevin, for speaking or speaking on snitching, because people swear they know, that. How can I say it? People swear they know what that word means, but they don't. How can I say they don't? They just throw it around like confetti. Half the folks yelling, snitch, ain't never been, how can I say, in a situation where that word even applies. They just repeating TikTok definitions. And what's crazy is Kevin broke it down simple. Snitching is when telling the person who committed the crime with you. Period. Not your neighbor, not your cousin, not the dude who robbed your, grandma. Why do people use that word? Why do people use words they don't even understand just to, how can I say, sound street smart or sound book smart? You see where I'm coming from? Shit, listen, you could just mind your business, right? And like Shannon Sharp said, I ain't snitching. But it's not even snitching. You're just not talking. That's it. Simple as that. You don't know nothing if you don't want to talk about it. You have every right to, plead the fifth. You don't know nothing. But I don't know. I mean, I could break it down a little more, but I'm not going to get into it right now. All right, I'm by myself up here on this John. If my baby pops was on this John, I would have had a conversation with him right now, trying to break it down. But, let's be real. If you and somebody did dirt together and you fold under pressure, yeah, that's snitching. But if somebody harms you, harms your family, harms your kids, harms your peace, and you speak up, that's not snitching. That's survival. That's protection. That's common sense. But people online love to twist definitions because it makes them feel, how can I say, tough behind a screen. And I wish I knew why, why do people glorify silence even when it, protects the wrong person? And Kevin talking about how your own homie can do you dirty. Whew. That's a whole sermon, because betrayal don't always come from enemies. It comes from the people you feed, the people you trusted, the people you let sit in your table. Sometimes the person plotting on you is, the same one, how can I say, you prayed for. And that's why trust is rare now. And it's crazy is that you got those that are around you that envy, which is just as strong as, hate, right? But worse. Because that envy comes from the, people around you. They've been studying you, waiting for the perfect moment to just strike. Hey, but maybe I'm wrong. All right. But the part that had me hollering was when Kevin said, yo, the person who hurt me ain't alive no more. And people instantly jump to conclusions like, damn, y'all don't listen. Just because he said that don't mean he did anything. Life handles people. Karma handles people. The streets handle people, right? Not everything is a confession, and sometimes it's just, how can I say, a statement. I wish I knew, why people hear one sentence and create a whole Netflix documentary in their heads. Because it happens. But, let me press play.
Did you see this debate going online?
You want me to be honest?
Yeah. You already know what I'm about to say?
Welcome back.
I don't really do
okay?
Social media.
a lot of social media.
Right.
And to be honest with you, when I wake up, it's so crazy. I'll make a post and just turn my phone off and go about my day. And my partners will text me, man, say, boy, man, you out your mind. Like a lot of people in jail.
Yeah.
Man, hey, my girl say you out your mind. What did I do? I just told the truth. What did I do?
Well, I get you. You might not have heard it, but there's a debate online that says NBA YB is better than Wayne in his prime.
You want me to be honest?
Yeah.
I don't even entertain those kind of conversations.
You
With all due respect, I'm grown.
Okay.
As you
With all due
should.
respect, like me and my wife, we get up and we work, we pray, we work out, we go to the gym.
Mm-hmm.
I do things that's gonna raise my frequency.
Right.
Small-minded people discuss people. I guess medium-minded people discuss events. And people like me, we discuss ideas and entrepreneurship and business and all that. That's what my mind be.
Right. You got a YB tattoo though.
I guess.
So y'all cool.
Yeah.
So also ain't no beef between nobody. So also the New Orleans rappers, y'all cool. Y'all get down.
Well, me and YB from Baton Rouge.
Okay.
But I'm New Orleans and Baton Rouge. I'm both. I've been back and forth my whole life. I done lived in both places. But everybody from Louisiana pretty much get along.
Yeah.
But it's like when you say who's better, I just don't even entertain them kind of conversations.
I can get down with
like that's not even like I don't wake up to discuss what other people doing. Forgive me. That's just that. It's not what I do.
No, we good. Who haven't you worked with that you like to work with?
No, you've been hurt by someone else. You can tell by the way you carry yourself.
I don't know what that is.
But if you let me, here's what I'll do. I'll take care of you. Rihanna.
Oh, you want to work Riri?
Well, she got children and all that right now. So if she get time,
right, she
one of my favorites. You talking about rap or just
anything, whatever?
Yeah, I want to work with Rihanna,
SZA, whomever.
And then I just think we'll sound good together. Then if we talking about rap, I done worked with everybody I ever wanted to work with in the rap game. I wish I could have did a song with Biggie Small.
Okay.
And Big Pun. That'd have been hard.
TikTok.
They had me wanting to be a big old fat nigga, man. They just made it just look so fly.
You down, you done lost 40 pounds. You was that guy. What you mean wanted to be one?
I was titty man, bro. I was real titty man.
So you down now?
Yeah, but it wasn't fly then. It was uncomfortable. Ooh, God. Thank you, God. I don't want to be the fat rapper. Thank you, God. I prayed to lose that weight. I never had no surgery or nothing. I still got body dysmorphia because some days I wake up and just feel like I'm fat.
Right.
And I'm thankful for my body dysmorphia because it's what keep me disciplined.
You ain't take that Zempic, did you?
Mm-mm. You ever notice people that take that?
Yeah.
Oh, you just seen me.
Oh yeah, I mean you
see all little boy.
They don't. Yeah, people that's on that Zempic, they don't. The muscle texture, no.
Head be big. Head be bigger than their body. Look like if
yeah.
Head be big, body be little.
Let's talk about the 2016 trend. Where basically you go back and you post from your 2016. Do you remember anything about 2016 that you would like to post?
I can't really post the stuff I want to post, but I would have to take a photo of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no. I got some pictures, probably in my old phone somewhere.
Well, get it. I mean, that's 10 years. I mean, you get to look back.
I ain't got iCloud though. I never had iCloud on my phone.
Oh,
so But yeah, though 2016 shit, they probably got some shit circulating on the internet. And I was that thing then. I was that thing in 2016.
Yeah, 2016 debut album. It's debuted at number 2. You're right behind Drake.
Yeah, I got taken away.
How you get taken away?
I went to jail. I fumbled. I dropped the ball. I was nominated for a Grammy while I was in prison.
Damn.
Ouch.
If you weren't in jail, you think you'd have won?
I don't know.
But you would like to find out, huh?
Ouch.
How different is your life? Do you think your life is different if you have the Grammy as opposed to what now?
It's not about that. It's like the gold medal at the Olympics doesn't make you, it doesn't do anything for you. But I want the gold medal. Who knows? I might get one this year.
I mean, the second biggest album in 2016 behind Drake.
Yeah.
Why do you play the pop game? Why ain't you like say, you know what? Do what Drake and Future did, play the pop game.
I do.
You do now, or you
I've been doing it. Most of what you, well, I don't even want to say that shit.
say it.
Most of what you see in the industry, if you go back and look into 2016 all the way to now, look inside of everybody's image, it's a touch of Gates.
Outside of you going to jail, being nominated for a Grammy, the second biggest album, is there anything you remember about 2016?
Mm-hmm. That was the most miserable time of my life. I just made it look good. I was depressed.
Bro, okay. Got the second biggest album. I mean, you got a lot going on.
Still got to fly to gotta go to court, back and forth to all these different court hearings. Got to fly to a city that you don't live in, get on the plane, get off the plane, go to court. That's draining. And then with everything else that was going on, it just wasn't, I wasn't at peace.
Right.
I wasn't at peace.
But you do understand why you were having to go to those cities, right?
Yeah. I believe in accountability.
Okay.
That was my fault.
Right.
That was my fault that I missed out. That wasn't nobody else's fault but my fault. Because if I knew better, I ain't about to sit up here and say I ain't know better. I knew better. And I was fortunate.
Right.
I was fortunate that judge didn't abuse discretion. Because he didn't have to. He could have smacked me. But I just told him, I said, I'm going to go ahead and cop out. I want to take it to trial, but I still want to salvage what little of a career I do have.
Right.
I could have litigated for myself, Judge. Well, why didn't you? Because you seem very intelligent. Because I'm a nigga. That's why. And he laughed.
You're a man.
It's in the minimus. The minimus is the people that...
You're a man. You're not a nigga. Stop saying you're a nigga. Shout out to my fiance for teaching me that, man. And I wish a lot of you men would stop seeing yourselves as niggas and start seeing yourself as men. Men.
The record?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in my...
Stenographer, yeah. The report.
If I could get the real version, but everything be redacted
Right.
when you get it from the clerk. Well, you know some shit. Yes, sir.
I read you DM Drake, Rihanna, Meek Mill. I just want to know this. Why aren't you afraid of rejection?
You say I didn't DM?
I say you did.
Yeah. I was afraid of rejection.
Well, if you DM them, you ain't afraid of rejection?
Exactly, Kevin. Chill. You over here thinking about DMs all the time, huh?
That was before I DM'd them. I had to just swallow my pride and DM all of them. I DM'd all of them. I was like, let's work. It's on my number. And that was big for me. I know they got a lot going on. And shit. The only one responding was Rihanna.
Really?
Yeah, she told me, she said, I'm proud of your growth. And I was like, thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
I didn't know you could see me, but thank you. She's like, I'm proud of your growth. I'm proud of your journey. That's what she told me. And I was like, thank you.
That meant a lot, didn't it?
Yeah, because it's like, it let me know that the world watching. The people you don't think be watching, be watching.
Yo, that shit, it's deep. He going in a little deep, right? It was crazy. Listen, Kevin had dreams just like every other person with a heartbeat, all right? But the difference is, he actually chased his, right? Music became his career, even though it wasn't his first, how can I say, the first thing he loved, right? It became his career, his therapy, his escape, his identity. And what I respect is he didn't wait for nobody to hand him a deal, right? Hand him a platform, hand him a path. He built his own. He said, if y'all gonna, open the door, if y'all not gonna open the door, I'm gonna build my damn house, my own damn house, right? That's hustler energy. Flying Galentine, blessings. How you doing? Welcome to the live, guys. Make sure y'all go check out my OG. Great conversations, great topics, y'all. But listen, man, I'm giving y'all a heads up. All right, he's raw and uncut, and if y'all not ready, for him, I don't know what to tell you, man. Just don't go, because listen, he's gonna keep it real, and he's like one of them uncles, right, that be at them barbecues. That when he's gonna get his point across, but he's always goofy and roasting somebody. You see where I'm coming from? So if you're not with the roasting, don't go. But if you is and you can handle it and you with the shits, go ahead. Go check my OG out, all right? And let's get back on the topic, right? Let's talk about him, let's talk about Kevin choosing, to do it alone. That takes gut. Everybody wants a team until the team starts acting funny. Everybody wants support until support comes with strings attached. Kevin said, nah, I'm good. I'll stand on my own 10 toes. And honestly, that's the safest way, sometimes. All right? That's really the safest way. Because when you build something yourself, nobody can take credit for it. And nobody can take it away. All right? Listen, let me ask y'all, do y'all work, I'm going to say it like this. Do you work better alone, with or without a team? My bad. I said that's stupid. I said, I meant to say, do you work better with or without a team, and why? My bad. I don't know why I just said that. I asked that question like that. That sounded stupid. A straight up, no chaser. Facts. So now let's get into the, label situation, because babe, Kevin was smart, all right, for getting his own label. That's ownership. That's freedom. That's control. And if I remember correctly, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, right? Birdman tried to do him dirty at one point, right? And listen, if Birdman tried to, play you, I mean, how can I say? Yeah, tried to play you, you're in good company, because that man got more, how can I say, contract confusion than a cell phone store, right? Kevin said, nope, not me. I'll, own my masters, my music, my name, my everything. I feel as though Kevin knew what he, was going to get into before he got into it. So he's like, fuck it, let me label myself, do this, do that, trademark what I got to trademark, and then come deal with the people over here. I don't know. That could be, wrong. Listen, but Kevin choosing independence wasn't just a business move, right? It was a survival move, because when you come from nothing, the last thing you want is somebody controlling your something, right? He knew the industry was full of sharks, snakes, and smiling faces with hidden agendas. So, he said, I'll be my own boss. And honestly, that's the smartest thing any artist could do in this era. That's a fact. That's why y'all, listen, when y'all heard me talk about my community center and the things I'm trying to do, man, listen, I'm trying to build my board because I have to, right? Because here, without you getting permits, licenses, and doing this and doing that, you can't do nothing. You don't really own nothing unless you own some land. All right? You don't own nothing. Hear what I said? Unless you own some land. And that's what I'm trying to get everybody to come together to, all right? Shout out to Farmer Nancy, all right, for what she's doing. And like I told her, man, like, she could hit my email up whenever she's ready, man. If she's serious, I don't mind supporting the cause. All right? Agriculture in the hood is definitely needed, but the way she, the way she, her idea is way different from what everybody is thinking. They're not really listening to her. So shout out to Farmer Nancy. Yo. So let me get into this, John. All right. Okay, where the heck did I left off at? Okay. And getting back on topic, right? The thing that I love, right, about Kevin is how he still gives credit to the people who inspired him, but he doesn't try to be them. Like, he didn't copy nobody, right? He didn't copy nobody's style. He didn't mimic nobody's flow. He didn't try to, how can I say? He didn't try to be a discount version of another artist. He stayed Kevin, raw, unfiltered, spiritual, chaotic, hilarious, emotional, a walking contradiction, but authenticity, him. All right. Like, let me ask y'all, why do y'all think that authenticity stands out more than talent, in today's world? But people think that talent stands out more than authenticity. It's crazy, right? But in reality, when you look at it, authenticity really does stand out. And I feel as though it's more. It's just that we give so much shine to the negative that we don't see the good that get done out there, the things that we could actually accomplish, because we're giving so much negativity to the toxic. So much light to the toxic and the negativity. My bad. Like, so yeah, listen, Kevin got inspired by, big names, but the belt, his own. All right. That was his own. He built his own name. He built his own, how can I say, label. He built his own lane. He built his own legacy. And that's why his story hit so hard, because he didn't just survive the streets. He outgrew them. He didn't just dream. He executed. Right. And he didn't just follow. He became the leader he needed when he was younger. So shout out to Sis BLK earlier, all right, for asking the boy was on here earlier, right, about what would he tell his younger self if he had the opportunity to go back in time and talk to them, right? And I think a lot of us ask ourselves that question, and it's funny because a while back, like I said, I got in my Tupac bag, all right, and I was listening to Tupac, and I came and I wrote my own joke.
If I knew then what I know now, sometimes I wonder, would I be the same or would I be different? A shorty still believes in fairy tales and imagination that lasts forever. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change, it's like nobody cares. I look in the mirror, see a stranger staring back, lost in the world that's spinning off track. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I give up and let the darkness win? I see no change, just the same old game. Wake up in the morning, I ask myself, is life worth living, or should I blast myself? I see no change, just the same old pain, but I know deep down I gotta break these chains. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can go back in time, tell my younger self it's gonna be fine. Embrace the challenges, let your light shine. You'll grow and learn, just give it time. Hey young me, listen up, don't be afraid. Life's a journey, mistakes will be made. Chase your dreams, don't let them fade. Believe in yourself, you'll make the grade. Don't stress about what others say. Stay true to yourself every day. Love deeply, laugh often. Don't delay, cause in the end, it's how you play. Be kind to others along the way. Spread love and positivity each day. Don't worry about what they may say, cause your uniqueness is here to stay. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can meet my younger self, I tell her not to be afraid, that courage will be her wealth and bravery will never fade. Don't fear the challenges ahead, for you'll face them head on. Your inner strength will dawn. You'll grow up to be a warrior, standing tall, unafraid and strong. A parent, a role model, and inspired, fighting for what's right all along. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Looking back on all the roads I've traveled, regrets and lessons learned along the way, but still holding on to hope and faith that with God's grace, a brighter day will come our way. I see no change at all. I'm stuck in this cycle, feeling so small. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I just end it all with a final kiss? I try to stay strong, but it's getting harder each day. The pain and the struggle won't seem to go away. I'm tired of the lies, tired of the deceit. I see no change, just defeat after defeat. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change, it's like nobody cares. Deep down I know I must fight. I won't let the darkness consume me. I'll shine my light. I'll rise above the pain. I'll break free from these chains. I'll find my purpose and I'll make a change. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times. Fix my mistakes when things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Sometimes in life we make so many mistakes, and we think that when we fall, we're not able to get up. We listen to those that, talk in our ear, tell us that they, are there for us. And at the end of the day, what's crazy? A friend ain't nothing but $1 in your pocket. Family is what you make of it. Family is not who you're born into. Alright? So we need to pick ourselves up and do what we gotta do. Life is not for you to sit around and wait for Superman to come and save you. Only you can save yourself.
Just like that.
And that's a fact. In the poem I said, in life you can't wait for Superman to come and save you. But shit, in real life, you can't wait for no Sky Daddy to come and save you. You can only save yourself. Okay.
Did you go on tour with Cardi?
Something like that.
What you mean something like that? Either you did or you didn't, okay?
I mean, I went on tour with him, but it wasn't like I was on tour with him.
I'm confused.
Because it was like 6 dates.
Yes.
I was support. And it was beautiful. It was a lot went on with not with her camp or nothing, but in my background, I had a lot going on then. So it wasn't, I ain't really get to, enjoy it the way that I should have.
So you want to do more dates, or you just have so much going on that you wasn't allowed to enjoy it, period?
Yeah, I wasn't able to, I wasn't in the right space. I'll say that. But the way everything going now, tour is like therapy for me. I love performing. I love getting on stage.
Right.
Because I get to see like everybody love me. And then when you get off stage, it's like you back to plain old Kevin.
Right.
Mr.
How do you determine who you're gonna put in a song? Like the song Super General with Nicki, a freestyle, you mentioned her. Did she ever respond?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why would you even put her on a song?
Nigga won't lay. What you mean? Everybody wanted to lay dick. We had everybody wanted to
You
lay.
wanted to have sex with Nicki.
That sound.
Come on, Kevin. Just be real about it. Like Tony Braxton says, just be a man about it. Just be a man about it. You wanted to smash. That's it. You wanted to hit it and quit it. Damn. You was another one that wanted to tap them cheeks. Oh, snap. Damn, Kevin. Dreka better. Dreka is better. Dreka is better. Listen, I'm sorry. But what? You had a thing for Nicki Minaj? Oh my God. What man doesn't? But I'm not saying ill to her. I'm just saying, like, damn, all of y'all got the same fantasy. Like this woman, you know what? I'm done. All right. We know how she made it to the top. And y'all still obsessed over her. Listen, I know a lot of people gonna get mad about, what I say about Nicki Minaj. I know she got a lot of fans out there, and I have to watch it for the Barbies, all right? Ain't no disrespect towards anybody. You see where I'm coming from? Like, shit, I don't know if she's trying to deny her past now, all right? But, listen, I don't have a thing against her, right? I'm lying, I do. The one thing I do got against her is how she's protecting predators. That's it. Other than that, I don't really have a thing against Nicki. My thing against her, right? It's just that what I just said. She's a predator protector. That's it. Like I can't be a woman and sit here and defend a man that has took the innocence of a child or sat here and took something from a woman that didn't belong to him and think it's all cute. Like I can't. Once you've done that, it's like I'm good. You belong in a casket, not walking. And you sure as hell don't deserve my love or the love of any real woman out here. And listen, I keep trying to tell everybody I feel the same way as Kevin. Yo, man, somewhere in La La Land, all right, Peter Pan got caskets for me over there waiting. All right, right along with the Undertaker and the Grim Reaper. All right. But damn, Kevin said he put Nicki Minaj in his song because he wanted to hit that. Kevin, you was a wild boy. Wasn't you with Dreka at the time? You see, come on, Kevin. Guys, come on. Y'all got to get it together. This is why when people was telling me, oh, what you think about Dreka and Kevin? I was like, look, that's it. The best thing I can say is, look, like, be faithful, all right? And if y'all can't be faithful, separate. You see where I'm coming from? And then the swinging, when you live a life of swingers, that backfires because one or the other is going to do it outside of the circle. But maybe I'm wrong. But all the stories that I hear from people that do the swinging or, are into like, threesomes and foursomes and stuff like that, I hear the same outcome. And it's crazy that the people that do this the most are the ones that are out here looking for love in the wrong places. Like you can have all the love right in front of you, but it's like you still need more. And it's because you entered this relationship, right, without really healing. Sometimes it's both of you that need to heal. Sometimes one party is healed while the other one. So one has to walk away because it's like, damn, I really don't want to hurt you the way I hurt you. You see where I'm coming from? And it's like, that's the only thing I don't agree with Kevin. But he still got some healing to do. A lot of men do. See, a lot of men, y'all, he admitted it, all right, on the first half of this interview, all right? He was looking for love in a lot of the wrong places. And I feel as though he did have a thing with Dreka. But they both entered this relationship, right, with this, they both wanted to do threesomes. They wanted to swing. They wanted to do that. Well, it was going to backfire one way or another. And then, Kevin stepped out a few times. Dreka forgave. Then when Dreka did it, it's like, oh shit, we can't be together no more. And I'm like, this is where this, this topic over here gets very, very, like really, how can I say touchy? Very, very touchy sometimes. Very kind of like tricky. You see where I'm coming from? Because it's kind of like, none of that shit should have been done, but y'all, that was y'all little spice, right? For y'all to be together. But once again, like I said, it kind of backfires. I haven't seen one that survives yet. People that live this type of life. It's like you might as well be single and do all that. I don't know if y'all understand where I'm coming from.
Nigga gonna lay dick.
Sex.
Everybody nigga won't lay.
You mentioned her. Did she ever respond?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why would you even put her on the song?
Nigga won't lay. What you mean? Everybody wanted to lay dick. We had everybody wanted to
You
lay.
wanted to have sex with Nicki.
That sound. I'm gonna lay dick.
Be real, Kevin.
I want Nicki. She need Kevin. She's still playing around with Kenneth.
Yeah. I said that.
Yep, I remember when you said that.
I did that. Please.
I don't know. I don't know.
Please forgive me. I'm just so deeply not sorry.
Hey, I can't. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I said the same thing.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I mean, maybe some might think, "Oh, he put me on a song. That's nice. Let me do what he says he wants to do." But there's probably another way, probably a better way to go about it.
Yeah, it probably was, but I was just going. I was just going that day. I went in there and just let everything out.
Oh, shit. Okay.
You didn't want to keep anything in?
I just let everything
He
out.
never does.
And hey, it's what it was.
See, that's the one thing I respect about Kevin. He ain't gonna sugarcoat it. All right. He gonna say it how it is. And I respect people when they do that. A lot of people can't come on these platforms and, like I said, keep it real. I've bumped heads with a lot of people thinking that they're on this drum because, oh, I'm about this, I'm like this. But then when you turn around and look at them, they're the complete opposite of what they say they are. And they on this drum acting worse than a kid. It's like sometimes, like, you could put a kid next to these people and their behavior, their attitude is worse than a kid could behave themselves better than an adult does on this app sometimes. I've seen people just turn, like turn 20, 21, right? And behave themselves better than a person that's in their 60s and 50s on this app. For real. And this
I believe in accountability, and I'm fully prepared to accept whatever come behind it. Like, I'm fully prepared.
I'm just trying to figure out if you were to ever meet this person in person, what you go, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Yeah, it's good to see you too.
I ain't got to say nothing. I don't speak unless spoken to. Now, if you speak to me and be like, Kevin, you know how you could have, you're right. Yes, ma'am. I could have said it a better way.
No, you couldn't. You could not have said nothing. Or you could have just
No, I ain't saying that. What I said, I want nigga, she need Kevin. She did playing around. Yeah, you playing around.
No, you said you want to have sex with her.
Y'all want lady who don't. Anybody that meet the old Nikki. Anybody that meet her and say that they ain't want to lay, you a lie. That's a beautiful woman. I want lady. What you mean?
Did you want a relationship with her?
But see, no. See. See, when it's a real woman, Kevin made it hard. Because it's like, we're talking about Nicki Minaj now. He's like, that's a beautiful woman. Who wouldn't want to lay on her, right? But it's like, I don't consider her a real woman. Yeah, she's a mother, but Nicki is real immature. At times, she seems like she's intelligent. You see where I'm coming from? But her music ain't even her music. Like, that shit, she got a ghostwriter. People don't even peep that part. But anyways, I mean, they say she was rapping before, she met Lil Wayne and all of them. But then what happened to their talent? They got her into it. Was she really that good? Or did she start getting good when Wayne took her under her wing? And Safari and them. But anyways, like I said, man, a woman that, how can I say, a female, right, that protects predators, in my book, is not a woman. I want to call her a bitch, but I think I just did. So I'm going to press play because I'm not going to be able to hold myself back.
If you get to that.
Well, I thought that's the way I was supposed to say relationship, and then the other part that you're talking about.
I'm a lady first. I jump in a relationship, I might not be getting what I bargained for. You ain't never been with a bitch and the ain't even how it's supposed to be.
Yes, I think
I'm psyched up. I'm psyched up about this. I'm psyched up about this. She just buku regular. Buku mean like,
yeah, I know what buku is.
Just buku regular. Like, I done had women like that. I'm psyched up. Ooh, this, yeah, and I just and get over there and be disappointed. I'd have had a lot of disappointments.
But let me ask you this: were you disappointed because of who she was? Who she was, the image, the persona, the thought? She's a singer. She's an entertainer. The lady that you was having that you thought she was gonna be Mecca. She's gonna be that. This gonna be
It have been a lot of women like that. Just as a man, you see something, you be like, oh, and she look like she's some little texture.
Yeah.
You be sitting back, I'll be like, say, check her out right there. She look like she's some. She look like she's.
I'm like, yeah, she's nice.
No, she look like she's some little pressure over there. Any man that say that that's not how they feel, they lying.
Kevin Gates is wild.
Now if you my partner and it's your old lady, I never look at her. I don't play like that. But if she fair game, she fair game.
Gotta respect that. All right, I respect that part.
If she fair game. Lord. Even if she going, but she for somebody that I know, that I got a relationship with, I ain't with that.
No, you shouldn't.
I ain't built.
Even if she, let me ask you a question. Even if she had been with somebody you knew, and she no longer with that person,
how close the person is?
Oh, Jesus Christ!
One of my partners, like one of my partners didn't know. I never. That's like one of my partners, me going bust their baby. I can't do that.
No.
Nah, if you somebody I just know who you is, but I don't just know you.
You don't get down with them like that. Oh
Yeah, we ain't rocking like that. Then you know that's different.
she got her.
I'm gonna punish that child. I'm about to take it to God if it go like that. Cause I lay back like I like for a woman to like come at me. I guess
You go
like I like to kick it with them and
Yeah.
all that, but I kind of like to play hard. I like when it be that sexual tension between me and that woman.
Yeah.
But like we seeing who gonna go with the first move. Like I play hard with a little bit, and they just be like,
So this young lady, you feeling her, and you and she feeling you.
I want you, yeah. But
you want to see who gonna make the first move. That
Yeah.
who really trying to see who first.
yeah. And I'm gonna put us in a position to where you gonna have to go with your move. You know, we might do dinner dates a few times, then the next time, hey, look, I cook. Come by the house. You cook? Oh, yes, ma'am, without question. Who taught you how to cook? My grandmother taught me how to cook.
What
That's
you cooking?
good.
What's the deal? What's the meal?
I'm trying to touch her. I'm trying to touch her soul.
The mere fact that you bring it over that you cooking for and you try to get at her like that.
Nah, it's just, I ain't trying to get at her, but I'm about to be in, I'm in this, we in my house now. Yeah. I got on the nice little pants. Yeah, you can see the luggage now. You can see the lumber. And I'm cooking for you. Might do a little steak. Might do some couscous. Might do a potato or something. Yeah, man. Player shit. Oh my God, you could. Then my seasoning game so on point.
Cause you from New Orleans, cause you know they love that seasoning.
Oh yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. My seasoning game on point. Yeah. Watch a little movie, you know, player shit. then I talk to the movie. So I tell her, hey, look, babe, please don't judge. She be like, what? I wouldn't judge. Babe, I be talking to the movie. You be talking to, babe, I be talking to the movie. I ain't gonna lie, I be talking to myself too, babe, but I be talking to the movie. You be talking to the movie, come on. And I be like, he gonna do that stupid ass shit. Oh my God, I didn't know you were this funny. You are. Oh my God, I didn't know you were this funny. But my wife, and I'm lying. She know what. She know.
You started your own record label.
Yes, sir.
You got artist signed?
Yeah. I got all 7 of my different personalities signed.
I'm dead.
Nah, we got some artists that
He said he got
know,
7 personalities.
We got
One
some
personality for each.
Tell me
day.
about the business. What am I missing about the rap business? Because I haven't heard a lot of. I mean, had a lot of entertainers on here that do what you do. I hadn't heard a whole lot good about the music industry.
You get what you negotiate. I've been having a beautiful time in the industry.
Okay.
Nah, in the beginning I wasn't because I had to learn how to get out of my own way.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I've been having fun lately.
Yeah. So in other words, as Ted Cruz once said, don't nod yes and mean no.
You get what you negotiate. People love me because I'm straight to the point.
Right.
I say what I mean.
Okay.
I mean what I say.
What's my percentage? What am I getting out of this? What are you taking from this?
Well, I'm going to agree to the terms of disagree. And then we're going to go back and forth.
Okay.
And then when it get to where I wanted to get to, I'll engage.
Do you have representation or do you represent yourself?
I'm able to represent myself, but it's always good to have representation.
Yeah. Somebody read on the
A
file.
buffer.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Help me understand the streaming industry, because everybody's like, the mom and pop stores, there are no more. Yeah, I mean, you remember you used to go to Tower and Goodies, and you used to go to the mom and pop show. You put the record on, you can listen to it.
You know what's crazy?
What's crazy?
I still sell hard copies and I sell records.
Do you?
Like the record?
Yeah, the 45 to 33. Yeah.
I still sell them, and I do them like for my fans.
Okay.
I do them like at the merch tables, concerts.
Man, I can't remember last time.
Because I come from that era of passing out CDs.
Yeah. Because you had the LP, 35, 33. Then you had the you had the 8-track and all those. Then you got the
I was
cassette.
passing out my mixtape, going everywhere, going
Yeah.
to the mall. And shout out to all my partners that helped me with that, because I know they believed in me.
Mhm.
Them dudes ain't had to help me pass out no CD.
Right.
And that's why I was saying that listening to my baby pops talk about, when he first put me onto Kevin Gates, right? I was saying that, Kevin Gates was out there before he even became famous. A lot of people knew of Kevin Gates. You see where I'm coming from? It's just so happened that a lot of us didn't. Why does ERR girl or woman knows personality or in passing another girl or woman that has been SA? However, very few men ever speak about a boy or mom that they know is a predator. Fuzzy math. But I mean, you're speaking. That's something we talk about here a lot, right? And it's crazy. It comes from. I mean, it's something that's been happening for a while, and it was heavy back in the day, right? Like a lot of our parents came from an era where like when stuff happens within the family or within the community, and it's somebody that they know, a friend or something like that, or a family member, everything was shh. And it's still like that. It just so happens, right, that people are becoming more bolder, more braver. See, this is why I'm consistent with my message. You see where I'm coming from, especially when it comes to sexual abuse and stuff like that. I don't take it as a game. I don't take it as a joke. Especially when I came out with my story and I noticed and I learned, right? With the feedback I was getting back from the young ladies telling me, how they appreciate me speaking on it, how it made it easier for them because now they know, how to go about, their story. And I don't tell people how to talk or what to do, when to do it. No, I just come on here, right? And I just talk. I'm me. I let it out. Everything that I'm speaking, everything that I talk about comes from within. It comes from experience, right? Something that I've been through and something I've overcame, something I've lived, something I've witnessed actually happen. That's why I say that a lot of us are capable of change. It's just that some choose not to. They don't want to, or they're not ready to. Whatever their reason is, that's theirs. So I don't push, all right, well, you got to do this. No. I'll give you some advice. You see where I'm coming from? We can have a conversation. Other than that, hopefully, what I told you, you see where I'm coming from? You can see it as a different perspective. The same way, what you told me, now I see a lot of things in a different perspective. Right? It's like each one teach one. Right? Like we're not all perfect, all right? Like I know I'm me, I'm perfect, all right? Like Kevin Gates says, a lot of us is the perfect imperfection. But a lot of us have a purpose. And I walk with purpose every day. Like, it's crazy as it sounds. So, yeah, what's crazy is, right, Kevin was right when, people don't benefit you. Competition is internal. Loyalty is rare. And health is, how can I say, not negotiable. In the way, he breaks it down, it's real, it's raw, it's relatable. And honestly, it's a reminder that growth ain't just mental, right? It's physical, it's emotional, and it's spiritual. If you want longevity, right? Like you got to take care of all parts of you, especially your mental. Like, what's the biggest area of your life you're trying to level up right now? Mind, body, or spirit? And with me, I'm gonna sit here and say I'm trying to level up my body to catch up with my spirit and my mind. Why I say that is because I was there at one point. But, a lot of you that watch me, those of you that have been watching me, have been with me, have been following me for a while, y'all know that these 2 years I was down after that car accident, right? Them 5 herniated discs. After they was like, you going to have to get surgery. I said, no, I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight to get better. So now I'm on a mission to, while I've learned how to, heal myself in the process of also healing myself, I'm capable now of healing others. Because I had to learn before I was able to help anybody else. I had to learn. All right. I had to sit in the dark and fight my demons. All right. Spiritually fight these demons in order to get, to where I'm at today. And people don't understand that part. We have to hold up that mirror. All right. Ain't no sky daddy coming for us. So Kevin showed us something, right? Real when he talked about wearing a mask. Because let's be honest, a lot of people still do. Folks walk around smiling like, like life is sweet, but inside they're torn, broken, confused, or barely holding on. And the crazy part is, right, they how can I say, they've gotten so good at pretending that even the people closest to them can't tell the difference. That's the world we live in now. Everybody performing and nobody healing. Have you ever smiled through something that was tearing you inside? Right? And I'm not going to sit here something that broke your heart, because your heart is a muscle. It don't break, but it can sure as hell tear. All right? Like, your heart is a muscle. I like how sis BLK put this. Mind, body, and soul depending on the day. I like that. Because that's a different way of seeing it. I was just thinking now, you got to recover your body, but depending on the day gets you thinking. Like, there's certain days when you're depressed. I go through it. So, and there's times where I just want to be alone until I get myself together. That's a different way of putting it. And shout out to sis BLK, yo, for real. Like, she got, like, right there, you got me to start thinking. Like, it started, the different aspect of, of our cognitive behavior. And y'all can correct me if I'm saying it wrong. But she really got me to start thinking. I'm over here thinking just the body, right? But mind, body, and soul, all of it goes hand in hand. Because when she said depend on the day, it's like, sometimes we're depressed, sometimes we're happy, sometimes we're down, sometimes we let some people just get the best of us, but we can't let them knock us off our hinges. So, she really got me to start thinking in a different way, in a different perspective just now. So, shout out. Man, that's crazy. But listen, the wild thing is people will judge you based on, the mask, not the pain behind it. Right? They'll say, oh, she's strong. Oh, or he good. When in reality, that person is fighting demons every night. Kevin wasn't lying. Like, you never know what someone is carrying. Some people wake up every day battling trauma, depression, anxiety, heartbreak, and still show up like nothing is wrong. That's not weakness. That's survival. All right. Why do you think people hide their pain instead of, asking for help? Some people, fear of, the reaction of the person that they're talking to. I mean, it's for different reasons. I can't even really sit here and say, well, this person does it for this, that person does it for that. No, not unless I really know, their story or what the root of their situation, the cause of their situation is, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but, I see life a little different. Like I told y'all, man, I write, and I write poetry. That, like, listen, pen and paper is my best friend, right? And writing poetry is my way of getting everything out. So, I mean, listen. I thought somebody else wrote something. That John just glitched. But let's be real, all right? Listen, wearing a mask, right, gets exhausted. Pretending gets heavy, and acting like, how can I say, you're okay when you're not. That drains your soul. And a lot of people don't take the mask off, right? Because they're scared of being judged, laughed at, or misunderstood. Society taught us to hide our wounds, not heal them, right? So how can I say, look strong, not be strong. To, keep quiet, not speak up. But what's one emotion you were taught to hide growing up, and now you realize that in reality, showing that part of you doesn't mean that you're weak. Facts. And that's how it is. And this is all, listen, these are the demons that we all got to fight, whether it's at nighttime or whether, it's during the day. Real shit. Like, listen, Kevin talking about this hit different because, you know, he's someone who's been through hell and still had to perform for the world. Fame don't erase pain. You see what happened to the Nickelodeon cast, right? The youth, the kids, how they grew up and what happened to the majority of them. You see what happened to the Disney cast, the kids, all right? Those kids, all right, sacrificed their childhood to make ours happy. And a lot of them, their childhood was worse than a lot of our passes. If y'all understand where I'm coming from. All right, some will understand exactly what I'm saying while others don't and won't or choose not to. All right, fame don't erase pain. Money don't erase trauma. Success don't erase the past. And that's why so many celebrities break down, because the mask is heavier. All right, the more people expect from you and the more people want from you. Kevin showed us that even the strongest people crack when nobody's watching. And I don't know why some people assume, you know, that strong people don't struggle, when in reality they do. Some people are just good at wearing the mask that they wear on a daily. And let's talk about regular people too, because it ain't just celebrities. Some of the happiest looking people you know are fighting the darkest battles, right? The friend who always make you laugh, crying at night. The co-worker who never explains, carrying the world on their back. The parent who keeps, the family together. Breaking in silence, how can I say? Breaking in silence and pain don't always look like pain. Sometimes it looks like a smile. But here's the part, how can I say? I gotta find all the proper words. Here's the part that gets me, right? People judge the mask but never ask about the person behind it. They'll say, you acting different, but won't ask, are you okay? They'll say you changed but won't ask, what happened to you? People want to people want the performance, not the truth. And that's why so many folks stay silent, because the world wants the version of you that makes them comfortable. People avoid asking real questions when they see, someone struggling. I don't know why, so I'm not even going to ask why do people avoid asking real questions when they see someone struggling. Kevin talking about, mask is really him saying, check on your people, because you never know, who's one day, who's one day away from, breaking. You never know who's carrying trauma from childhood, heartbreak from adulthood, or pain from life that never, processed. All right. And sometimes all it takes is, one real conversation, one moment of honesty, one safe space to help someone breathe again. And how our safe place is created, they start from home. You create that safe space. It's like, for example, here, right? If somebody wants to come up and they want to talk, I create a space where they feel comfortable and they're able to get it out. All right. And I don't get tired of showing that time after time. If somebody wants to speak, they should be able to speak, especially if they're not being disrespectful. So yeah, Kevin was right. We all wear masks. Some of us learn to take them off. Some of us, still hiding behind them. And some of us don't even realize we're wearing one. But the truth is simple. Healing starts when the mask comes off. All right. And until, how can I say, people feel safe enough to be real, they'll keep pretending. That's why conversations like this matter, because they remind people that they're not alone behind that mask. What makes, what mask are you ready to take off this year? Me, I can't sit here and say I got a mask, because I fought my demons. I'm walking with purpose. I know what my goal is, what my mission is, and I'm working on it. And I got to be consistent, because if I'm not consistent, I'm going right back to square one. I know what I want and who I am and where I'm going in life. And once you figure that out, you're untouchable. Facts, sis be okay. Sis be okay. Facts. But let's listen to some more of this video. because I'm gonna get off this John in a little bit. Because I think I pulled a shift on this John, if I'm not mistaken.
We was all passing out CDs together.
When you let me ask you, when you pass out a mix CD,
And I give it to you and I tell you, look, I'm Kevin Gates. I want to be your favorite rapper. I just want to be.
Are they free or you charge people?
For free. I just want to be your favorite rapper.
Oh, you know what? So I'm glad, because dude, when I was in Atlanta at the mall, they run up on me. They try to get me paid $4-5 for
I'm gonna give it to you for free, and hopefully you'll become a fan and start coming to the concerts.
Okay.
Bread won a concert. I'm beyond turn. Yes, Lord.
You've launched the energy drink and a coffee.
I launched the energy drink, but that ended up being resolved when I went to prison. But my coffee is still it's doing what it's supposed to do.
Doing what it's supposed to do?
Yeah.
You a coffee drinker?
Damn. I'm doing better.
Yeah.
But rehab's for quitters. Yeah, I'm a coffee drinker.
What business did you start that you like, you know what, this was a mistake, and that you like, nah, I definitely wouldn't do this again. If I had to do this all over again, I definitely wouldn't do this.
None.
Really? You don't believe in mistakes?
It was a learning experience.
What's the best purchase you made?
The best purchase? The best things in life are free.
That's a fact.
The best thing that ever happened to me, my children.
That's
my
true.
Children. They changed me. They made me want to change to be a better father for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's so beautiful about my relationship with my children, I talk to them the way my grandfather, grandmother, everybody talked to me, just they gave me the real. Like our grandfather always told us, either you learn fast or you die young. So he didn't promote like adolescence. He promoted maturity. So the internet went in a frenzy when they saw me letting my daughter drive my truck. And she was like maybe 8 years old at the time. But she been driving. She might have been 10. But she been driving.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I promote maturity.
Right.
They have responsibilities. They have chores. And they get paid once a week.
Good grades, do the chores around the house, take out the trash.
And if you don't, you got to take your lick. If you don't do what you're supposed to do, you're not going to get paid. So you're not going to be able to go buy no Robux or go to the mall with your friend or whatever. You're not going to be able to do none of that.
Wow.
If you don't take care of your responsibilities. And it's just beautiful because they don't come to me looking for, give me.
Mm-hmm.
They come looking for, you got anything you need me to do? Because I'm trying to,
that's how my kids be. That's how my kids be.
If you buy a gift for a young lady, would you take it back? Never.
I don't even want the energy from it. You keep that gift. I was the gift. That was just a trinket. That was just a trinket of my kindness. You keep that gift, and you see if it gets to the bed and they hold you like I hold you at night. You see if it rub your feet. You see if it eat your little booty like you hear me. You see if that gift do that all the stuff I do to you.
Whoa, Kevin, no. Okay, I was with you all the way. What the hell does eating groceries gotta do with anything? Now you took it a little personal, all right? Put them groceries back in the cabinet because I don't even want to think about your little chocolate eating ass right now, all right? But calm down, all right? Put the fudge away. We don't want to hear about that right now. Like, Lord have mercy on my soul. Hold up. Wait a minute. You're about to get sexual. We know you freaky. All right. We know you as one sexualized man. All right. But goddamn. Relax and take it back a notch.
You see it? Huh?
You an eater?
Not eater. Hold on, excuse me. Hold on. Rephrase it. What kind of eater? Because men don't call men eaters. Nah, like I got a song when I be like,
what's the song?
That scared of her when she go to reaching for a hair tie. My little eater. She's an eater. I can't say I'm no eater.
Oh, shit.
I eat a little Buddha.
Whoa.
Eat a little toe.
Oh my God. He eat groceries and toes? No, Kevin, no. What if she fart in your mouth or something? You down there eating groceries and stuff. I mean, she could probably do it. She might fart in your face if she rides your. It's kind of like when she's riding your face. She might have, there's a. I don't know. Is it? Like, no. You eating the groceries. It's different. There's a pussy fart and there's an ass fart. Like you all the way back there. Like, what if you suck a fart out? I'm like, Kevin, you know what? I don't want to throw up. Like, ugh, after you've done eating groceries, your mouth smell like shit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get I had to break out of character real quick. Like, all right, we were serious for a minute. Let's put the seriousness for one. Like, he did this. He walked into this. I'm sorry. The Leo came out of me. The goofiness came out. Like, listen, I could be goofy, I could be serious, but right now, man, he broke me out of character. Like, oh my, wait, no. Let's go back to serious because what the fuck is wrong with some people out here eating the goddamn groceries? Yo, man, let me give a big shout out. We got SBK in the building. Shout out and blessings to this king right here. Make sure you go check him out on his channel, SBK, right? In the Tap In podcast, right? Both channels, great conversations, great topics. Yo, Kevin Gates was just shot out for a second. Like, what in the world? Like, yo, I can't with this shit right now. Wait a minute. Like, he left me right there. Oh my God. Yes, she swallows semen and he gets groceries. Basically, that's what he said. Like, Lord have mercy. She's an eater. Like, oh my God. She's a turkey. She gobble, 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 gobble. Like, damn. But he out here fucking eating fucking Hershey chips and shit. Like, oh my God. Like, men, please don't be eating groceries. All right, stop eating the groceries. All right, just go to the front. All right, like, stop doing that. All right, go eat the cookie, not the grocery. The cookie. All right, grab the cookie, not the groceries. Fuck, where's the cookie monster when you need him? Because right now the cookie monster need to teach. You know what? No, because Kevin Gates is gonna get this shit confused. Hold up, wait a minute. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come in at you, Kevin. I didn't mean to. We was having such a good time until you say you out here eating groceries like fucking Trick Daddy and shit. No, Trick Daddy gets his groceries eaten. Fuck! Never mind. I'm done with you, man. Like, that right there, like, hold the fuck up. Like, hold the fuck up. Wait a minute. Like, yo, smell. Yo, like, I'm not tripping. Kevin Gates, you out here eating cookies and cream, like chocolate chip cookies. Like, you want some milk with that shit? Lord have mercy. Like, oh my God. He said, I like my fucking milk chocolatey. You know what? Let's press play. I don't know what to say. I was positive until he went left. Like, shit. You know what? I gotta be careful with some of you men. I really do. Like, Lord have mercy. Baby, he left. What the fuck? I'm trying to get you to help him. Like, Lord, you know what? Play, continue. Even Shannon Sharp is like, you eat groceries? Can you pray again? I forgot your prayer.
Why? That's my wife.
Toes?
Yeah.
But you didn't come up with that era.
I know her pussy was clean. I could just tell by her toes, head, shoulder, knees. But I could tell you a pro. Yeah.
That's mother. I just caught on to the song, and I know what song he's singing. My baby pops plays that shit in the damn fucking car. And I'm sitting here like, this is why we gotta pay attention to lyrics, all right? Really pay attention. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. I'm done with Kevin Gates, yo. No, he did. He made a whole rap out of head, shoulders, knees and toes. I'm done. Am I the only one that caught on to that, or am I tripping? Did I just overthink this? You know what, Kevin? This shit is about to get goofy and funny. I can't keep a serious face with you right now playing around with this shit. You was one freaky man. Yo, a lot of women would love you. That's why you a mujeriego, Dios mío. Este hombre no va a cambiar. Él no va a cambiar.
But you didn't come up in that era. Down south, we didn't get out like that.
Where you from?
Georgia.
Yo.
I'm a late 60, 70 baby.
Yeah, I understand, but you don't know what you miss.
We don't want to know. We don't want to know. You keep the groceries, all right? You keep the groceries. Listen, I give you the cookie, but leave my groceries the fuck alone. You can have the cookie all day. How you want that shit with milk? Yes, baby. You can be my cookie monster all day. Am I wrong, fiance? Shit. But no. And especially hearing what Trick Daddy said too. When I heard Trick Daddy said that, I said, wait a minute, you're like my best friend over here. She like getting her groceries eaten. No. One day she told me a story how the fuck he was going down back there, and she said, I was like, no. She was like, yeah. I was like, no. I was like, you's a dirty hoe. Wait a minute. You see, Kevin, you bought the hood out of me. I was being a good girl. We was having no, Kevin, this is not the side I want bought out. See, I could never be your girl. You could never wife me. I don't want this side out. I was being a nice little preacher girl over here. I was like, I'm going to be a church girl of dirt. I'm going to be, you know what? I like diving down rabbit holes. When I dive down rabbit holes, I hope I don't hear any of the presidents fucking eating groceries. Oh, no, my God, my fucking, you know what? I need to go to, you know why I'm this wired? Because it's time to smoke. What the fuck? I need a shot. Hold up. Do I still got some liquor? Dios mío. Wait a fucking minute. This shit's still here since New Year's, all right? You know what, Kevin? Salud. I'm gonna be fried than a motherfucker right now.
I do. I do. Trust me, I know what I'm missing.
I love my woman. I like to make her feel electric. Oh, yeah. And she got some beautiful feet. I love to kiss her little toe, eat her little booty.
Give me another.
Kevin, keep your tongue in your mouth. Stop. Yo. To how many of them have you done that to? I know they clean. I know this. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Oh, so you like Ike. You want it with a little stink in it. Oh, I get it now. You Ike without the beating the bitch up. Oh, shit. I just said that all fucked up. No disrespect to Tina. I love me some Tina. What's love got to do? All right. I love me some Tina. Damn, I just fucked that up trying to be fucking funny with freaking Kevin. Like, Lord have mercy. No, man, let's take that back a little bit, man. Like, Lord have mercy. You just want it with a little stank in it, all right? Rewind that. You're just like Ike. You want a little stink in it. Like, fuck. I want my sex to smell good. All right. I don't want to be over here like, all right, we fucking, you come up and then out of nowhere, your breath smells like my dog's breath because he been licking his ass. You know what? I'm done. All right. The asshole is sacred. Now I sound like fucking Cat Williams. The asshole is sacred.
I love my woman.
Lord have mercy.
I love to please my woman.
Damn, kid.
We know y'all.
That's my post-workout meal.
Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah, God, I'm with you, Shannon Sharp. How many of y'all men eat y'all women's groceries? Be real, like Kevin. Kevin said, I'm gonna grab my cojones and hold them in my hand. Diablo. I'm like, diablo. He said, yo soy un come culo. I eat groceries. He's like, yo como culo. A mí no me importa. Esa es mi mujer. Le digo, dóblate pa' ahí. Mami. I'm like, what the fuck, Kevin?
I just love my woman.
I see. Wow.
I don't even so.
I can imagine what Valentine's Day gonna be like.
I don't celebrate Valentine's.
You don't celebrate Valentine's?
Babe,
He's Muslim.
when is Valentine's Day for us?
Every day.
Wow.
And I'm gonna speak on it in a little bit, right? Because he is Muslim. That's why I was like, yo, you still married to Dreka. And listen, to each his own, y'all could do and say whatever you want. But to me, I think it's disrespectful when you're not fully divorced to call another woman your wife while you're still married. And see, you're married the Arabic way, right? So which means that somebody has to divorce you. The same person that married y'all gotta divorce y'all. And I don't think y'all have done that. And you know, Dreka's kind of wrong too for trying to make the public think that they was, you know, married over here by a judge and they could just go to a courtroom and legally get divorced. But anyways, that's not a conversation for now. If y'all understand what I'm saying, y'all understand what I'm saying. All right, because my fiance was. So it's kind of like, Lord, I just wish y'all stop saying that's my wife and you're still married.
It ain't that. The reason I live like this is because, unfortunately, I done seen a lot of death. I done seen a lot of that go on. So I'm gonna live every day like it's my last. I'm gonna do my best to enjoy every day.
Okay.
Within my means. I ain't gonna.
Right.
Within my means, I'm gonna try to enjoy the best of every day. But
I was laughing at that.
shit. Like, you know, if it's go and watch a movie.
You actually go to the movies, or you watch? You stream it in the house?
I like to go to the movies.
Yeah. With I mean, since COVID happened, I think I went to like.
Yeah, I like to go to iPick. I like
iPick. Yeah,
I like to sit there and feel fly. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Just watch a little movie and your significant other. Man, if you guys, it's not what you do, it's who you do it with.
right.
And you can vibe, you have a good little time. I'm on that. You know, date night.
Yeah.
I'm with all that.
Okay.
I love all that type of shit. That's me.
Desmond Scott video. What made you to post that video?
Because no black man should leave his home without his sucked. Nah, but nah though. Nah though, he was getting. I don't like to see people get kicked while they down.
Okay.
He wasn't happy. He wouldn't made himself happy. Only thing I would have.
Oh, he's a Jehovah's Witness, right?
I don't know what the he is, but everybody. He's so wrong with that. No, she's so wrong. Look what you made me do.
Come on, Kim. Don't do that. Don't do that, Kim. Come on now. Come on. She ain't make that man do that.
Uh-uh.
She ain't make that man do that.
Why'd he do it?
That's a guy. He got to do that. He got to deal with him and him.
He was suffering in silence. It's all over his face. He was suffering in silence. A lot of men suffer in silence.
Yes, they do. That's true.
And he was just making himself happy. Then the woman that he was over there with, they talking about, hey, that man, and that motherfucker look like a monster. I got in her DM too.
Come on, Kim, damn.
I told her, I say, ignore the hate. That's just miserable people. Keep being amazing. You beautiful. Cause they was trying to talk about her too. I don't like to see people get kicked when they down. And then I saluted them. I say, man, it ain't the end of the world. I don't get it. See, it's a lot of time when you be with a woman, they'll isolate you and make you feel like ain't nothing out there. Oh no, God ain't stopped. All you got to do is focus on God. He'll send you something. More pressure. More pressure than what you had.
Pressure?
Yes.
Well, let me.
I hate to say this.
Yeah.
A woman is a good woman.
Yeah.
That's a gift from God.
Yeah.
But the man is the prize.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's like
I don't
my
know.
new woman.
Yeah.
A lady told me, she said, Kevin, I've been knowing you forever. She said, that new woman you with, she healing your central nervous system. She said, you got this calmness about you now. Because when I get mad, I shut down.
Mm-hmm.
And my woman come to me, she said, babe, stop running from me. Just let me love you. Because a lot of times it's easy for us to give love but not receive love.
True.
But back to my brother Desmond, you know how to cook all these different meals.
Mm-hmm.
You nice looking, you intelligent, you articulate well, you work out. What woman ain't? Come on, man, you got options, baby.
Everybody got options.
I think I'm gonna start taking cooking classes. I need to learn how to cook a little bit.
Every man should know how to cook on some real shit. Should never be ashamed of knowing how to cook. Right? And let me pause it right here real quick before they get into that, right? Listen, the fact that, Kevin really sat here, right? We're going to get into it. I got to give my commentary. So, all right. So if y'all don't want to hear my commentary, y'all don't got to be here. But I appreciate those that are rocking out with a shorty, man. Because listen, y'all don't got to be here. Y'all could have been anywhere else today, but y'all rocking out with a shorty, all right? And I appreciate that for real, for real. So, but listen, like I was saying, right? The fact that Kevin really sat here and said that Nicki Minaj is a real woman and not a Barbie had me, hollering like, Kevin, be serious. Nicki been calling herself a Barbie since 2009. But he said, he said it with his whole chest, like he was defending her honor. But honestly, he like what he like, right? And so do most men. Men will swear they want, natural, simple, low maintenance. But, let a woman walk by looking like a whole action figure and suddenly they're, how can I say, philosophers. I wonder, why do men say one thing but chase the complete opposite sometimes? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm asking the wrong question. But here's the deeper part, right? When you listen to Kevin's story, you hear, a man who's been searching for love in all the wrong places. This damn thing. Right? He's been searching for love in all the wrong places. And, that's not shade. That's truth. He's been through so much trauma, abandonment, betrayal, and confusion that he started looking for, love in people who couldn't give it. And a lot of us, been there. When you don't get love, right? When you don't get the love you needed as a kid, you go searching for it in adults who ain't, qualified. And that's probably why, my first fiance, that's why his attention drew me. Even though we didn't know each other's age in the beginning, right? Like, it was something about him that drew me. Then I noticed the same thing with my second fiance, right? And what's crazy is the first one was only, 5 years older than me, right? The second one was 7 years older than me. But I didn't even get with the second one until years later, right? In the beginning, we was nothing more than just friends, right? But it's crazy. Like, have you ever chased love from, how can I say, chase love from someone who didn't even, how can I say, have love for themselves? And some people do that. I've had a lot of people around me that do that. Like, Kevin loves hard. That's the problem, right? And the blessing at the same time. He'll fall in love with, a woman's soul, her energy, her vibe, her trauma, her story, her everything, and then wonder why he ends up hurt. But baby, you can't save everybody. You can't heal everybody. You can't pour into, people who show up with holes in their cup. But Kevin, keeps trying because he's searching for something he never got growing up. Unconditional love. Right? And let's be real. Kevin is the type of man who, will romanticize anything. A woman could, hand him a bottle of water and he'll be like, she quenched my soul. Sir, she gave you aquafina. Relax, all right? Relax and go sit down in the corner like I tell Mr. Oates to do with your nose down. All right? And Mr. Oates be respectful. But damn, stop. You say you don't want to be a player no more. All right? So chill. Well, that's what makes him lovable. All right. He sees beauty in people even when they don't see it in themselves. The problem is that, that same softness get him caught up in situations he had no business being in. Right. And the Nicki comment, that wasn't just about attraction. That was Kevin saying, I see the human behind the image, because Nicki been called a Barbie for so long that people forget she's a real person with real emotions, real struggles, real pain. Kevin sees past the persona. Probably, because he knows what it feels like to be misunderstood behind a mask. Nikki got one. Believe it or not, Nikki has one up too. But let's not pretend. Kevin also, just likes what he likes. He's a man. He's visual. He's passionate. He's intense, and he's been honest about that since day one. He's how can I say he's attracted to confidence, power, femininity, right, and a little bit of chaos and honesty. Most men are. They'll deny it, but their search history says otherwise. For real, for real. Like the real story here is that Kevin, is a man who's been, trying to fill emotional gaps with romantic connections. And that never works. You can't heal childhood wounds with adult relationships. You can't fix abandonment with affection. You can't replace, how can I say, missing love with temporary attention. Kevin's journey shows that until you heal that root, you'll keep choosing the same type of person in a different body each time. Have you ever realized, right, you were dating the same person over and over just with new faces? It's kind of like that. So yeah, Kevin, thinking Nikki is a real woman instead of a Barbie is funny. But the deeper truth is he's a man who's still learning what real love looks like. He's still fighting out, how can I say? He's still not fighting out. He's still figuring out what he deserves, right? He's still healing the parts of him that got broken before he even knew what love was. And honestly, I feel as though Dreka did show him that. But they fell out. You see where I'm coming from? And you can fall out with somebody. A lot of us, are right there with him. All right. I'm not saying me personally per se, but at one point it was like that. So listen, I wish Kevin would stop, calling his current girl his wife when he know he's still married to Dreka, the Muslim way. Come on, Kevin, be for real. All right. You can't be out here talking about my wife like you ain't got, a whole spiritual, cultural, religious tie still active. That's not how that works. That's like trying to return, a rental car while you're still driving it. Baby, the paperwork ain't cleared. All right. And the wild part is he says, it's so casually, like my wife rolls out his tongue with no hesitation. Meanwhile, Dreka somewhere minding her business, growing herbs, meditating, and probably sipping some tea like, sir, what? Because if we're being honest, right? Dreka held him down through storms most people wouldn't survive. And now he out here, giving out like Oprah giving out cars. Real shit. But let's be real. Kevin is a lover boy with a spiritual twist. He falls in love with energy, vibes, auras, chakras, moons, right? How can I say moon phases, all that. He'll meet a woman and be like, our souls align in the seventh dimension. Sir, y'all met like at a Whole Foods, at a casino, I don't know, probably at church. Relax. But that's Kevin, right? He romanticizes everything, and that's why he gets caught up, right? Calling people wife before the ink even dries up on the last chapter. I mean, I think a lot of men are like that, and I feel as though women too is a vice versa thing. And let's not pretend, right? The Muslim marriage thing is real. That's not a joke. I had to ask my baby pops the other day because of whatever was going on between Kevin Gates and Dreka here online, right? And I didn't know that the way they do it over there is a little more serious than over here, and it's way different. All right, it's not a joke. That's not even a fling. That's not a whole. How can I say? That's not a. We broke up on Instagram, so it doesn't count. That's a whole spiritual connect. You can't just walk away from that like it's a gym membership. So when Kevin calls someone else his wife, is given, sir, you skipping steps right now. Maybe you're not ready for that part, in your journey, in your mission. You could be as true as you want to be as honest as you want to be, but you're skipping a few steps. My brothers cooked better than their wives. They want to marry a nurturer, like the best mother figure they felt as a child, yet they want a sexuality open woman that matches their appetite in the bedroom, then wind up with a scubbus. Wait, scubbus? Am I reading it right? I hope I said it right. But yeah, I agree with you, sis. This shit is wild. Let me drop this right here real quick. Just in case, anybody want to come up and talk about what's going on. Man, I got the fucking sniffles now. These fucking allergies are kicking my ass again. I gotta go clean that heater vent. Succubus. Oh, you were saying succubus. Okay. So I was saying it right. Yo, this shit is wild. I can't. But listen. Here's the deeper part, right? Kevin is a man searching for love in all the wrong places. He's been hurt, abandoned, misunderstood, and spiritually confused for so long that he keeps trying to fill emotional gaps with romantic connections. And that's why he moves the way he moves. He's not, it's not disrespect. There's unhealed wounds. It's loneliness dressed up as, passion. And the funniest part is how he'll say with confidence, like he really believes, he believes it in the moment. Kevin will be like, this my wife. And the whole internet is like, sir, you're still married, but that's Kevin. All right. He lives in that moment. He speaks from emotion, not logic and honestly sometimes. That's why people love him. He's chaotic, but how can I say he's chaotic, but he's honest. I don't want to lose y'all with what I just said. So I'm gonna say this. Why do we let emotions talk louder than logic when it comes to love? Because I feel as though when it comes to love in his life, he's very chaotic. He's very toxic himself too. All right. And it's like he wants to prove that he could do better than the last time, but without healing. And he can't do that because he first has to heal what he has been through with Dreka before he could move on in reality with this one. I mean, I said the same thing about Papoose and Remy Ma, but you know what? Listen, like I tell people, I'm not a God. I'm not a judge. I'm not here to determine who should stay with who and who should divorce who and who should marry who. I'm just here to, give my perspective, give my opinion, bring awareness, right? Give a little message if I can, a little inspiration, a little, motivation, try to bring solutions to the table along with the people that are having conversations with me and keep it pushing forward, right? One way or another, we're going to figure these things out one step at a time, each one teach one, all right? But, let's give Dreka her flowers too, right? Because she handled that man through his darkest seasons, right? She held him when he was broken, lost, locked up, and spiritually unstable. And even though things change, that bond is still there. You can hear it in the way, he talks, she talks. You can feel it in the way, he avoids certain details. That's not a regular breakup. That's a soul tie. And people don't understand that part, especially the way they got married. All right. They listen, him and Drake have been together since they was young. And even though he had a kid, with somebody else before he got with Dreka, because he does have a daughter, right? Outside of, he had a daughter before he got with Dreka. Or I don't know if it was, in the process of being with Dreka. Right? I can't remember how it went, and I'm not putting my foot in my mouth. So yeah, Kevin calling his new girl his wife is wild. Right? But it's also a reflection of a man still figuring out what love means to him. He's trying to rewrite his story while still tied to the last chapter. And honestly, a lot of people do the same thing, just not on camera. Kevin just makes it entertaining for people. For real. But if you look in between the lines, you see the pain in the man. Before I press play, let me see what people got to say. A sexual demon. I mean, I've heard some people say that about him. That's the crazy part.
You took cooking class? Oh, but you learn how to cook. Your grandma let you cook.
I still try to learn I still like to learn new dishes.
Yeah.
It's something new.
Yeah.
And put my own little twist to it.
Yeah, a little pasta dish.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what messed their brain up though.
Tell me. Don't say too loud because I don't want nobody else to know.
Listen. When I take my woman grocery shopping,
what?
And we push the basket together.
Ooh.
Hey, listen, I'm talking about we grocery shopping.
Yeah.
And I just be like, oh my God, babe, we're grocery shopping. I do my white voice.
Yeah. Oh,
I'd be like,
my goodness.
I'd be like, oh
Isn't
my
this
God,
amazing?
I love this for
Yeah,
us.
oh my God.
I'd be doing that. I do this little white voice.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, babe, I love this for us. You'd be like, yes, I love
I
this.
get
Yeah, you a whole paycheck going out. Yeah, get the organics. Mm-hmm.
Get to the house, whoop something up in front of nice little meal.
Yeah. Got me thinking. I can't cook though, but I'm thinking.
It's easy.
I cook breakfast.
I cook breakfast at nighttime.
I can do that?
It'd be nighttime. I might make some eggs.
shit.
I can do eggs. I can do pancakes, French toast.
Come on, I do. Hey,
Okay.
Okay. But you home?
It's breakfast anytime, yo, man. Look, listen, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. All right, it's 5 a.m. somewhere. It's 6 a.m. somewhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something real fast for us right quick. Come back in there, Here you go, babe. Then
Breakfast and bread,
cut
bed.
Cut it and feed it to her.
What?
Yes, Lord.
Kel, you doing all that?
I got to.
Damn.
If it's that. Now, if it's just some wham bam, thank you, ma'am, you can scram. You can scram. But if it ain't,
Kevin, after you left Dreka, all right, you've been listen. You've had a few Brittany Renner, right? I don't want to say Griner because I think Griner is the fucking NWBA player. Brittany Renner, there you go. My bad. And then I don't know who was it before her, and now you got this shorty. All right, you left Dreka, but it's like after you left Dreka, it's like you've been searching for Dreka and all these women.
ain't no wham bam, ma'am, you can scram. And now how you like your eggs sunny side up or scrambled, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's that. Now if you're a one-hit wonder, how my dog Mouse say, I worked at lumber, big cucumber, hit her then forget her, she's a one-hit wonder. You just a one-hit wonder. But if I'm liking on you, like I'm liking on you, I'm loving on you like that, then yeah. Cause I'm a lover. I don't just love.
I can't tell. I mean, people not gonna watch this and ain't gonna say you no lover.
They're gonna say you a player.
Yes, they would.
No.
Any woman, hey, this real talk. Any woman that has ever been with me, it has been the most beautiful experience ever.
For you or for them?
For them. Their life will never be the same. Ain't nobody gonna love you like I love you. You can try. Ain't nobody gonna love you like I love you. My love is intense.
Mm.
You love hard, huh?
Just don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. It ain't nothing I can't forgive. Just don't lie to me.
What you mean? Hold on. Forgive. Okay. I'm gonna move on, but I forgive you. Or forgive and stay. They're two different things.
Yeah, it is. But like I say, if a woman come to me, I don't judge no woman based on her past or what she been.
Nah.
I don't do that. I don't go through phones. I don't do none of that.
None of that.
It's gonna sound crazy. The things that need to be revealed to me, I just lay back and it reveal itself.
Yes.
All I gotta do is lay back. And I ain't gonna let what one person did me make me change and not be me. I love hard.
Because you know it's a big thing. Guys like, well, I want you to tell me who you've been with. I want to know.
And then use it against her on Mad Day.
Yeah.
That's not player.
Yeah.
You being an interrogator.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to put that in a song.
Yeah.
That's not player. You being an interrogator.
Mm-hmm. But you know, but you've heard guys like,
I'm gonna be mad at you for something you did 10 years ago. You should have knew you was gonna be with me.
Yeah.
No, you've tried the rest, now come try the best.
So you've never asked a young lady, who have you been professional athlete? Have you been with this guy? Who have you been with that I might know so that if I'm in that circle?
That's different though. She lacing me up, putting me on game. That's a debriefing policy.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
She gonna debrief and let me know so I don't put myself in no situation and be out here looking stupid.
Right.
We tell each other everything, no manipulation. You know what I'm saying? Because I
think the thing is that when you with someone new and they do you right, mentally, physically, sexually, you start to think like, damn, who else she did this to? Who else getting what? Well, who else got what I'm getting? That go through your mind.
Really, not really, because
It don't bother me because I don't get it.
I ain't met my match yet as far as sexually. The intimacy is not based on sex for me.
Okay.
Intimacy is the knowing. It's the conversations that we have.
I agree.
It's the intellectual intercourse.
Yep. There's a difference.
It's the spiritual side of things. Like us praying together is more intimate than any sex will ever be. The couple
you pray before sex.
Yeah, I pray before. With me and my woman, we pray together. The couple that pray together stay together. Then we go to the gym. The couple that work out together work out forever.
But you just praying with your wife. You're not praying with like somebody you meet and y'all just have sex. You're not praying with her though.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes, Lord, I got to. Yeah, bless this dick. I'm about to bless this child.
No, come on, man. No, Kev, you can't do that.
Protect me, God, from. I don't want none of these soul ties, none of these spiritual agreements, spiritual attachments. Keep me protected while I take this child to you, Lord.
Well, unfortunately, Kevin, you know better than anybody, all right? Like everybody that you lay with, all right, it's kind of like a little piece of them goes with you. Once you lay in bed with them, especially raw. But you say you protect yourself, so either way, a piece of that person left with you, and a piece of you stood with them.
Make this be the best dick she ever had in her life. Amen. God bless the hand that prepared this meal. I'm about to say by grace.
I can't win.
Man, you can't pray to God for those stuff like that, Kev.
I talk to God about everything. That's my partner. I talk to him about everything.
Yeah. But hopefully you phrase it in such a way.
Man, I tell God, man, God.
This sexual,
I be like, I just talk to God like I'm talking to you.
No, you got to say, God, I'm about to have sex.
No, I be like, man, listen, I have reverence when I talk to the Creator, but I pray about everything. I prayed on the way driving here. Anything could happen. Like I told you, I can't tie my shoe good without God. I'm nothing without God. I pray before I work out. Sometimes I don't have the strength to do the extra little rep, but I pray, and God give me the strength to do it. Sometimes before I walk in the room, God give me your confidence. Because me as a man just going in here, I'm going to be nervous and all that. So I pray about everything. Ain't no certain shit. I need God all the time. Shit, the truth of the truth is death. This life is a lie. Yep. Death is the separation. Don't really feed our soul. It's just vexation. But when you and your woman have a relationship that's surrounded around the Most High, that's a different type of intimacy. Like the woman I got now, I prayed for that. I ain't know it was gonna come like that, but it came like that. I ain't know it was gonna come this fast.
Did you slide in the DM? How'd you meet her?
I said on another thing, I was like, I've been on her since, but it was really like 2022.
Damn.
Okay.
And she was like a tomboy, but we always had fly conversations. But she a Marine. My wife a Marine.
You waited out.
No, we just was cool. I never looked at her in the light as a wife.
Mm-hmm.
Like just like my partner. I never looked at her like she was just a cool person. And I was like, damn, she do boy push-ups. And like we just always been cool. And then one day when she was coming to me, we had went out to eat a few times or whatever. Then one day I was like, look, I want to cook for you tonight.
Uh-oh.
And she was like,
I sure wish she'd heard this conversation before then.
Nah.
I can't.
She done heard this conversation before because we used to talk about everything. Like that was my partner for real.
We got Miss V in the building. Shout out to Miss V. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat. I appreciate the super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you. Damn, I'm over here like that. Hold on. I had to drink some water real quick. But shout out to Miss V, yo, man. Listen, guys, make sure y'all go check out Miss V, MTGV Crime Podcast. All right, great conversations, great topics. I don't think she's been live for a minute, but now that I'm able to share stuff on my posts and stuff like that, when she does go live, I'll be able to share her lives and stuff like that. So make sure y'all go check her out, okay? Facts. That's why I'm sending them over there, man. Show Miss V some support, man. I know you still uploading that. No, I'm saying I ain't see you go live in a minute. We miss you. Like I ain't seen Miss V in a minute. But shout out to Miss V, man. Make sure y'all go check her out. I gotta make sure why that's not coming up. But let me press play on this real quick, and then I'm gonna give you some commentary because I'm about to end this live in a minute because I gotta go to work. So we're gonna end this live in a minute. I told y'all I wasn't gonna be able to get no sleep. Just the second day, no sleep. All right. Listen. 12 o'clock tonight, it'll be 48 hours. I've been up. No, not even less, because I got a 3-hour nap in yesterday, like around, I'm gonna say like 9 o'clock. But then I had to get right back up. But let me press play for a little bit, and then I'm gonna give my commentary.
Real. My friend first. And then it was raining, but the sun was shining. And I told her on the phone, I just buried my grandmother. I was going through a little bit. But when I seen her, I was like we were looking for each other in the mall. And I was like, you my wife. And then we went grocery shopping. Went back to the house.
Oh, damn, you did everything.
Nah, she hold on though. I was still kind of running from her for a little while. I'm gonna be honest. I was running from her for a little while because you know when you cool with somebody, you got a different level of respect.
Yeah.
And then Ramadan had came, and for people that's not familiar with that, that's what we fast from sun up to sundown for like 30 days. And I ended up marrying somebody else. And like that marriage only lasted 52 days. And I know I'm a legend, but
nah, that ain't that. I mean, why you do that?
It ran its course
in 52 days.
Yeah, it could have ran its course in 15 days, but that was beautiful. It was a beautiful situation.
All right, I want to pause it right here. All right, I gotta pause it right here. All right, because I gotta get ready for work. Right, so we're gonna talk about this. The link is down there if anybody want to come up. Right, chop it up while I give my commentary. And and stuff like that, right? But I gotta pause it right here. This is gonna end up being a part 3. I thought we was gonna, get through it, but the majority of the beginning of this live ended up me talking with Arameros. I hope I say his name right, man. Shout out to him for coming up here, all right, and speaking up the way he did, all right. I'm gonna take that as his mental health, but I am, right, because he did not know how to turn off his camera. I didn't even know how to break it down to him. I was trying to, but he kept talking. I think he needed the space to talk. All right. So I just let him talk. Right. He needed something, he needed to get it out. All right. And it was probably meant to be because y'all know that I don't, I stopped dropping links for real, but I started dropping them recently again. All right. So it's kind of like I've been opening up the panels again after a while. And I'm sitting here like, oh snap, like, he had something to get out. And it was deep. All right, it was really deep. So I got to put this on the members only until I finish editing everything. I have to. All right, so unless you're a member, you're not going to be able to see this video, this live. So make sure you sub up, all right, and stuff like that. But I got to edit this video. I got to take his portion out because I appreciate the fact that he came up and, I'm glad he did because he needed to, I guess, speak to somebody before, he ends up, turning himself in and stuff like that. So, it's just the fact that he showed his face. I would have kept it up if he didn't show his face, but he showed it. And he didn't know how to turn off his camera. And I didn't want to cut him off because he really needed to get out what he had to get out. All right. But it was a great live. And what's crazy is, but he was talking about ties in, a little bit with what Kevin Gates was talking about. It ties in with a lot of what we've been talking about, right? It ties in with, Romero, aka Wild Dave. Okay, my bad. Yeah, all right. I appreciate y'all remember the name. I gotta make sis BLK a mod. Like she on this drum. Wait. I gotta do him a little bit. But yeah, Romero, aka Wild Dave, right? And his story got, he went a little deeper, real personal into his story, right? And that's why we open these panels, right? But I just really, really would have liked the fact, like, who was trying to tell me, right? I think Sis, if I'm not mistaken, Sis BLK was trying to tell me, right, about the camera and stuff like that, because he was really, it's like in a situation that you're in, right? Popping up on lives with your camera like that is not a good thing, right? And I didn't want to, really cut him off. It's crazy, right? Because I could have, like, the first time I was trying to talk to him and he couldn't hear me, and I had to, remove him. And I had to learn how to do that because I've never removed anybody off my panel. Like, normally people remove themselves, right? So I had to learn. I was like, oh my God, how the heck do I remove him off the panel so he can come back up because he can't even hear me? So, I mean, it still ended up being a nice live, right? I'm not going to deny that fact. But getting back on topic with the Kevin Gates situation, right? Like I told y'all earlier, right? We wasn't here to talk about Kevin Gates, the celebrity, right? We was here to talk about Kevin Gates, the persona, about the things that he goes through, right, are similar to the things that a lot of us go through. And just because he's a celebrity, right, and he has a bigger bag, doesn't, how can I say, exempt him, right, from suffering the same way that a lot of us do, right? I don't know if a lot of people understand, where I'm coming from. But like I told y'all, when I speak from the heart, right? And sometimes it's break to, it's break. It's hard to break certain things down. Listen, it's really hard for me to break it down. All right. And I like the fact that Kevin Gates got up on this drama, right? And even though, I don't agree with certain things that he does, he's not ashamed, right, to speak on his past and how, he's overcome certain situations, right? Listen, Kevin isn't ashamed to say that when he was younger, one of his hustles was the same hustle, a lot of men in the 80s and 90s had, in the streets. And that's real because back then survival wasn't pretty, right? It wasn't legal. It wasn't safe. It was somewhere, how can I say, it was whatever you had to do, right, to make it through the day. People love to judge the hustle, right? But never judge the environment, right, that created it. And y'all can correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm saying something that doesn't, fit in or I'm tripping, right? But it's my opinion, right? You see where I'm coming from at the end of the day, right? People love to judge the hustle, but never judge the environment that created it. Kevin just said, right, and earlier, right, in the interview, what a lot of men, from that era won't admit out loud. Why do people judge, the hustle, but never circumstances that forced it? And when Kevin said, the best things in life are free, he wasn't lying. The best knowledge, the best wisdom, the best game is passed down, right? Not bought, but people overlook it because, how can I say it? Because it doesn't come with a price tag, right? Folks will pay $500 for, how can I say, for a seminar, right? But ignore the OG, right? They'll ignore the OG on the block, giving them, how can I say, the same lesson for free. Kevin understands that. Something that a lot of people don't. He understands the real game comes, from lived experience, not textbooks. Let me ask y'all, right? What's the best piece, all right, of free wisdom someone ever gave you? What's the best piece of free wisdom that someone ever gave you? Is with me, right? It is respect yourself, right? lead with respect, right? That at the end of the day, that me as a woman, right, a lot of us women can be independent, but right when it comes to, us being in relationships, is 100, right? Like we have to lead hand in hand, right? I don't know how to break it down into words. Like if I was writing down right now, it would come out so sweet. I'm telling you right now, but I'm talking. But if I had the pen right now in my hand and I was just writing, I'll be talking right now as I'm writing. Like that's the crazy part. Let me see if I can put it like this, right? Because when it comes to me, it's not believe all women, right? I fight for equal rights, but not in the way that people think, right? And I'm talking about, and maybe I'm probably saying a little bit wrong because I'm tired of shit right now, right? But I feel as though, right, men's mental health matters just as much as women's mental health, right? I'm gonna put that one right there. I believe that in relationships is 100, not 50-50, right? I believe so many things, right? But the best knowledge that that was the best knowledge that my grandfather ever passed me, and a lot more. But it starts at home, like I said. But it is crazy how people would pay $500 for a seminar, but ignore the OG on the block, right? Giving the same lesson for free. Kevin also talked about, how the knowledge that gets passed down is often ignored. And that's facts, right? People want shortcuts, not guidance. They want results, not discipline. They want success, not responsibility. But the truth is the best lessons come from the people who lived through the fire and made it out. And Kevin is one of those people. He's giving game from scars, not theory. And a lot of people love to do that. Y'all ever been on social media, right? Especially here on YouTube, on how people will sit here and tell you a story, right? And it seems so real. But then at the end of the day, the story that they're telling you in reality is not theirs. It's someone else's. And that's why you felt it, but something was off. You see where I'm coming from? Facts. The only one you need to please is God. If they don't like it, take the hashtag the line forms to the rear. Wait a minute. Oh, take a ticket. Okay. I was like, wait, a hashtag what? Damn, my bad. Yeah, that's a fact. Yep. Take a number, take a ticket and get in line and wait for your turn, motherfucker. Real shit. That's a fact. But that's how people are, right? Like the truth is that like I said earlier, the best the best lessons come from the people who lived through that fire, made it out. But nobody wants to understand that. A lot of people go listen. They prefer a sweet lie over the bitter truth. But the part that really hit me was when he talked about his bond with his kids, right? You can hear the pride in his voice. You can hear the responsibility. You can hear the accountability. Kevin ain't trying to be a cool dad. He's trying to be, a present one. And that matters because a lot of people get that confused, especially in this era. You see where I'm coming from? They don't understand that you could have a father in your life, you could have a mother in your life, but if they're not present in your life, it's like they was never there. And that matters because a lot of men from this generation didn't have that growing up. They had the streets, not fathers, trauma, not guidance, survival, not love. Right? And what's crazy is you got a lot of women nowadays that don't let the fathers, of their kids be in their life for whatever reason it is. We know that some women are single because, they have no choice. But we never talk about the women, right? And this never gets talked about. It gets sugar-coated. It gets cuddled. The women that'll sit here, right, and use a man for, how can I say, for money, for this, for that. And they have this baby for bait, thinking that they can gain whatever out of a man. And when they don't get it, they'll scream whatever and get this man locked up or try to ruin their life. And then when this man ends up right in the streets, not able or capable of taking care of their kids or in jail for that reason, right? Oh, he's this big monster. He's the villain. And that's why I constantly say, look, listen, I'm the type of woman, and yes, I'm a woman, But it's not believe all women. And that's how they want you to believe, in this era. They want you to, it's believe all women when it's not like that. Women could be evil too. Women could be just as conniving as a man can be.
In this world of blame and shame, we point fingers, we play the game. But as our children cry in fear, we turn the blind eye, we shed no tears. Believe our women, they say, while our kids are led astray. Lost in darkness, lost in pain, yet their cries fall silent like the rain. It's a shame how far we've come, blaming all the men playing dumb. But our children need us near to wipe their tears and calm their fears. In this land of the free, water's a commodity for you and me. Can't you see? It's not fair, it's plain to see. People struggling to pay for something they need every day. In America where we say we're free, but water shouldn't come at a fee. A shorty just speaking in general about the things that seem so small. This ain't meant towards everyone, just a cry in the dark. In America where water is marked. Brothers and sisters, hear my plea. This is not about you or me. Our kids are the future, they hold the key. Wake up before we're met with defeat. In this world of chaos and strife, we must guide them to a better life. Teach them love, compassion, and light, so they can lead us out of this endless night. Let's unite as one strong force. For our children, let's stay on course. Together we can make a change and secure a better future in exchange. Y'all should have listened the first time they let the cat out the hat. Now it's a crime. Many are falling into a trap, thinking it's a game, but they full of cap. Some are ready and fully strapped, while others keep falling into the gap. The warning signs were clear as day, but some chose not to heed what they say. Now the consequences come to light. Those who ignored are in for a fight. Listen close and learn from this mishap. Don't be caught unaware, don't fall into the trap. From the wisdom of my elders I learned women are strong, independent and firm. But sometimes we need a helping hand to conquer challenges and make a stand. Independence is crucial, that's true. Yet together with a man we can pursue. Respect yourself first and foremost, so others will treat you like the most. Ladies growing up, remember this advice. You're capable of anything you devise, but partnership and respect go hand in hand. Embrace your strength and make a stand. Memories of the past I couldn't see, now I understand. The wisdom they gave me, respect yourself first, that's the key. To earn respect from others is how it should be. A man's worth measured by how he treats his queen. Love and romance in the air, a beautiful scene. A woman's power to uplift or demean. In her hands lies a man's dream. Lessons learned from an OG so true. In matters of the heart, they know what to do. Love and respect intertwined like glue. In a world where old-fashioned values still ring through. Peter Pan, Peter Pan, Peter Pan was a fairy tale. Now males want to be females without fail. Women want to be a man, it's a twisted tale. Flipping scripts and roles, they set sail. Fighting for roles, turning to moles. Making hits with their agenda goals. Targeting our kids, it takes a toll. To them it's a bliss, to us it's a black hole. They ain't trying to miss. Their agenda is the ultimate twist. Infiltrating young minds with their list, but we won't let them persist. I'm with women's rights, but what about men's too? Equality for all, it's long overdue. We want progress, we need to see both sides. Blame and shame won't help us unite. Don't label him a deadbeat without looking in the mirror. Sometimes it takes two to create rupture. Let's have conversations that include everyone. Empathy and understanding, the battles can be won. Men face struggles too, let's not forget. Their mental health matters, let's not neglect. It's time to break down walls and build bridges instead. Together we can strive for equality ahead. You scream for the police every time he come around. Then scream child support abuse, playing victim in this town. Enjoy that check, boo, but remember what goes up must come down. The only time he's worthy is when he bails you out the mess you found. You play the game, manipulating hearts without a doubt, but karma's knocking at your door, there's no way out. You point fingers and shift the blame around, but in the end, it's your own chaos that you found. You dance with danger, living on the edge of lies, but the truth will catch up to you, no more disguise. The man you rely on to clean up your mess is so profound, will soon see through your facade and leave you astounded. Using a child as a weapon, it's a shame. A woman who lacks self-respect, I can't acclaim. Real men fighting for what they believe in, never in vain. Standing 10 toes down, bringing awareness to the pain. Respect is earned by how you carry yourself, not by tearing others down for personal wealth. Real men don't back down, they fight with honor and stealth against injustice and falsehoods that threaten our health. Let's uplift each other instead of tearing apart, supporting one another from the start. Real men stand tall with courage in their heart, fighting for justice and truth, playing their part. Here's for the men who share their truth, never afraid to stand tall in their boots, respecting our women, fighting for what's right, supporting our kids day and night. Real women out there blazing trails, men by their side never looking pale. Rights for all, let's keep the balance true. Men have a voice, let's listen to. In this crazy world where battles are fought, let's remember the men who give it all they've got. Respect to those who speak their stories loud. Together we stand strong and proud. Together we stand, united we'll rise, setting an example for young eyes. In every step we take, in every plan, guiding the next generation's hand. Leading by actions, not just by words, teaching them to fly like birds. Showing love and respect in all we do, for they're always watching, taking cues. Hand in hand, let's pave the way for a better tomorrow, starting today. Our children learn from what they see. Let's show them how great they can be. Let's be what our children need.
Oh, what happened to my comments? Oh, there we go. You're welcome. You're welcome. I appreciate you. I appreciate y'all time. I appreciate y'all being here with me, man. Like, I'm just trying to show y'all, man, I'm not the only one that can make a difference out here. I'm not the only one that can make a change, all right? Like, we all got choices. We all got opportunities. You see where I'm coming from? Like, the question is, are we gonna, how can I say, take heed, right, to the answers that are within us? Because all the questions that we ask, all the answers lie within us, right? And sometimes it just takes, really looking in that mirror a few times, right? Like, it's gonna come one step at a time, right? And y'all can see it with our guest earlier, right? He knew the changes he had to make. His next step is, changing his mindset, right? Changing it around to the point where he can accomplish the goals he wants to set. Right? He has to fight them demons. He has to take some time alone. You see where I'm coming from? And realize where he's, realize and understand the mistakes that he can, that he's making, where he's making it, how he's making it, so he can correct it, so he can figure out who he is and where he wants to go. Like, some people learn a lesson late in life. We don't all get the lesson right there and then, right? Some of us, we bump our heads a little late in life, but it's never really too late, like I was told. All right? Now, back on topic, right? Kevin, right? Kevin said he teaches his kids responsibility, earning, accountability, and that's something every parent should be doing. Not just providing, but parenting, right? Not just feeding, but teaching. Not just loving, but guiding. Kids need structure, discipline, right? And wisdom, just as much as they need affection. And Kevin is trying to give it to his kids, all right? What he never had. All right? And that's how we do it. This is how we break generational curses. You see where I'm coming from? Like, we take, we borrow what we can from, in the past and figure out, what solutions can we put on the table from preventing these mistakes from happening again in the future. Some of us are breaking the chains of society, right, and becoming who we're truly meant to be. Some of us are still trying to figure it out, while others haven't and can't figure it out because they're still stuck in their old ways. Some of us are willing to walk through that door that's been opened for us, right, to give us a second chance, while others are not ready yet or don't want to go through that door and receive that second chance in life. Others wait for a third chance, but sometimes you don't make it to that third chance. See, I treat life like a baseball game. 3 strikes, you're out. So I know I'm on my second chance. I'm not trying to make it to a third. So now I'm going to stay on my feet, all right, until my feet can't stand no more. I'm going to fight until I can't fight no more. You see where I'm coming from? And that's how it's got to be. We got to lead by example, all right? Like, it's not something that's easy, all right? Healing is not clean. Healing is messy, all right? And in the process of healing, you're going to make mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. But when you pick yourself up, all right, that's what matters. Not how hard you fall, it's how fast you pick yourself up. So once again, this is something that we need to be doing with our kids, teaching them responsibility, earning accountability, like I said earlier. Right? Every parent should be doing that. Not just providing but preparing, not just feeding but teaching, right? Not just loving but guiding. Kids need that structure, that discipline, right? They need just as much as affection, right? Just as much as they need affection, they need a present parent, right? And a lot of people, right? I've seen a lot of people within my community try their best. And I've also seen people try to bring them down, right? Because they want to be in their position, or they can't handle the fact that this person has accomplished so many things. This person is accomplishing everything that they said, right? While this person is still stuck like, damn, how was you doing this? And at one point, me and you were right here. Some people can't stand the fact that you've moved on and they still stuck. And you know what's crazy? I do the same thing with my kids. I teach them accountability. I teach them consequences. I teach them how to move on in this world with, with sense, not ego. But sometimes I wonder how many parents actually do that. How many parents are, raising their kids with intention instead of just letting, life raise them? Because parenting ain't just about keeping your kids alive. It's about preparing them to live. And some people, confuse structure and discipline with abuse, manipulation, and control. Kevin's story shows that you can, come from the streets, right? Come from trauma, come from chaos, and still choose to be a better parent. You don't have to repeat the cycle. You don't have to, pass down pain. You don't, how can I say? You can pass down wisdom instead. You can pass down love instead. You can pass down stability instead. And that's what's real, generational wealth looks like. And not money, but mindset, right? You passing down all the stuff that you've learned, right? You teach them. Listen, being a parent isn't about controlling or manipulating your child, right? It's about rearing your child, right? Guiding your child and helping them, learn how to live in this cold ass world until they're able, to take care of their own. And some people forget that. Some people forget that they were kids at one point. Right. So yeah, Kevin's hustle was the same as many men, right, from that era. But his growth is what makes his, story powerful. He learned, he evolved, he became a father who teaches instead of, traumatizes, a man who guides instead of abandons, a leader, right, instead of a follower. And that's the part that people need to pay attention to. Not where he started, but where he chose to go. What part of your life, right, most inspires you, right, that you can pass down to your child, right? Because we have to teach our kids, all right? We have to educate our kids. Can't just let the school system and expect the teachers, to teach them and the celebrities, right? It don't work like that. Shit, listen, it's okay to heal, but you got to be careful how you heal. Because healing done the wrong way can hurt you, worse than the wound ever did. People think healing is just crystals, right? How can I say journaling and just, sage? Nah. Sometimes healing is ugly, right? Like I was saying earlier. Sometimes healing is lonely. Sometimes healing is you breaking your own heart by admitting the truth you've been running from. And Kevin is right. A lot of men suffer in silence. They don't cry. They don't vent. They don't talk. They just bleed internally and call it, being strong. And what's crazy is a lot of women also do it, but not because they can't seek help, right? Which is a difference from the man because of the way the man was brought up. Because women, it's been shown, it's been proven, all right, that we can get the help. We can receive the help, all right? A lot of women choose not to get the help that's given to them. A lot of women choose to push away. And because they want to be so independent, they end up bringing themselves down. And I'm not saying you cannot be independent. I want y'all to listen to, what I'm saying carefully, right? Like, as crazy as it sounds, my point is, right, a lot of women say I'm independent but want to be with a man. If you want to be so independent, then you cannot try to be with a man in a relationship and try to take it serious, All right, you got to be by yourself. Hey, and a lot of women is going to hate me for saying that. But if you can be so independent, what you need this man for besides sex? Unless he's, lazy and he's somebody that, is jobless and you just have it in your home. And I hear a lot of women complain about that. Women that even have men on their welfare. Real shit. But you know what? It's a topic for another day. All right. And listen, back on topic, right? And when I look at Kevin, I see a man who's been searching for love in all the wrong places, like I said earlier. Different women, different energies, different situations, but the same empty space inside. Because what he didn't get from his mom, he keeps trying to find in relationships, right? And he admitted that in the beginning part of this interview, right? But he said he learned how to face it. Me personally, looking in, listening to his story and everything, I don't think he has. That's not shade, right? That's psychology. A lot of men do it. They chase nurturing in women because they never got it at home. They chase softness because their childhood was hard. Have you ever looked for emotional comfort, in someone who couldn't give it? And I think it's a vice versa thing too. Because a lot of women look for what they never seen or had from their dad in a lot of these men. And they keep searching because, they don't know what a father figure is like. They never had that father love. But once again, a topic for another day, right? Because I don't want to talk to myself. Like, I just want to give my commentary on this, right? Now, unless I'm speaking with somebody who's different, but I'm about to end this, John, anyways. All right, we'll talk about it a little more in part 3, right? But I just want to put all this out here because I want people to understand there's different ways to look at this. People are going to look at this differently, anyways. All right, especially depending on how they was grown up, right? How they was raised. You see where I'm coming from? How they see life, depending on what their perspective is. Right? Like, listen, we all see things differently. We could be, how can I say, like-minded, right? But we're not going to think the same. And listen, let's talk about the silence men carry. Women will carry, vent, call their friends, scream into, the pillow. Men will still, how can I say, sit there like a statue dying inside. So society told them, man up, don't cry. Yo, what's going on up there? These kids is wilding out of these games. All right, listen, men are told not to cry. Don't feel. And now we got generations of men who don't, know how to process pain. Kevin admitting his hurt, his trauma, his confusion, that's rare. Most men won't even admit they're sad, let alone broken. Do y'all think men hide their emotions because of society or because of pride? Could the way society made, things look, could that turn into pride in certain men? Because I see certain men out there, their mama raised them well. Some men got raised real good by their dad or by both, right? Some parents co-parent. They don't got to be in the same house. They fell out. They can't be in the same room. But they can co-parent. That is possible. But, when you come on social media, you hear so many people say, oh, that's not possible. Oh, that ain't going to work. That ain't going to be me. That ain't possible because you want it that way. You choose it that way. Real shit. Because I've seen real men out here put in that work, do what they got to do and be men. Apologize when they got to apologize. Walk away when they got to walk away. But a lot of men can't do that. I've seen men sit here and cry real tears, all right, when somebody they care about has passed away and they don't give a fuck who's standing there. But other men can't do that. It's like their pride and their ego is in the way. You see where I'm coming from? Like, oh, just because you get a little emotional, that doesn't make you a man. That's not true. That's not true. Society made it seem like that, and we accepted it. And now we've turned it into culture. And I know some people are going to get mad at what I'm saying. Hey, but let it be. All right. So now let's talk about something, lighter, but still real. Kevin knowing, to cook, baby, that's a plus. A man who can cook, that's a green flag, not a red flag, a green flag. That's a blessing. All right. That's a survival skill. That's you're not gonna starve when life gets rough type of skill thing, all right? And Kevin don't just cook, all right? He chef, all right? He season, all right? He saute, he plate, he food, all right? Like he on the Food Network, all right? A man who can, feed himself is a man who ain't dependent on nobody. Shit, he don't just cook. Motherfucker eat groceries too. But anyways, here's the part, that hits deep. Kevin may have loved Dreka physically, but emotionally, spiritually, energetically, all right, he's still, searching for her in every woman he meets. And that's what happens when you had a bond that wasn't, just romantic. It was, how can I say, foundational. Dreka wasn't just a partner. She was a safe space, a healer, a backbone, a witness to, his evolution. You don't replace that, right? You just try to recreate it in different bodies. Have you ever tried to replace someone you were still emotionally tied to? Because if you really look into their story, they're still emotionally tied. Both of them. They just can't admit it out loud. That's that one thing. It's like, oh my God, if I show that vulnerability, everybody's going to know how to hit me. I mean, you can't just show all your vulnerabilities. You see where I'm coming from? But hey, he shows enough vulnerability. So I ain't even mad. I'm not going to get mad at him. All right. We all have that one side that we can't show, because in reality, if you show it, people's going to know your weak side, your weakness, how to hit you. All right. How to really break you. That's that side you cannot really show. All right. Listen, healing is tricky, right? Because if you don't do it right, you'll start using people as bandages. You'll date to distract, right? You'll flirt to forget. You'll love to avoid loneliness. And that's dangerous, because now you're hurting people who didn't break you. Kevin is healing, but he's also human. And humans make messy choices when their heart is still bleeding. You know how I be telling people, listen, man, you all up on this, John, right? Wondering why people are coming at you, lashing at you, because you're bleeding all over the matrix, and you're bleeding on people that did not cut you to begin with. They didn't create that wound that's hurting you deep down inside. You see where I'm coming from? So you have to heal first in order to understand where certain people are coming from, because some people, all right, get so mad. And what's crazy, hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to get right back onto what I'm saying. My bad. Can y'all hear me? Is y'all able to hear me? Yeah, I had to put some order in my house, man. It was like I had Safari up in this job, man. I'm sitting here like, yo, I know y'all tripping right now, because we is not in the motherfucking zoo. We is not in the safari right now. Good shit. My kids was wilding up there, acting like some wild animals. So I had to come put some order over here. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to put my phone to charge. I don't know what's going on. All right, my bad. So let's get back on topic. Let me see. It says, yeah, so all the times we started vibing with someone, and then they ask if you ever consider changing your appearance. They trying to, cast you in a role you didn't volunteer for. Laugh out loud, trauma bonding. Facts. Trauma bonding. That is so true, and that happens, and it's real. So listen. So Kevin, Kevin, like, listen, Kevin's cooking, loving, searching, healing, right? Hurting and trying to figure out who he is, right? Without the trauma that shaped him. And honestly, a lot of us are doing the same thing. Healing ain't, how can I say, linear, right? Love ain't simple, and silence ain't strength. Kevin's story is messy, but it's real. And that's why people relate to him, because he's not pretending to be healed. He is showing you the process, right? Like, in order for Kevin to last with any woman, he got to learn how to trust, point blank, right? He ain't even, how can I say, he said it himself, right? He don't last because his past still affects him in a way. Even though he said he's healed from it, he ain't fully healed from it yet, all right? Why do I say that? Because he doesn't really trust the women that he's with, and that backfires, right? He don't last because his past is still affecting it, and that's real trauma. It don't just disappear because you fall in love. It lingers, it leaks, it shows up in the middle of arguments, in the middle of silence, in the middle of intimacy, right? You can't build a future when your past is still driving in the car, right? And Kevin is right. A lot of men suffer in silence, right? They don't talk about their fears, their insecurities, their triggers. They just carry it like a backpack full of bricks, right? And then people wonder, why they can't love right. Like, you can't pour, all right, from a cup that's cracked. You can't build any relationship when you're still trying to rebuild yourself, right? We got CC in the building. Blessings, CC. Is y'all able to hear me clearly? Because I know I was just having some technical difficulties up in this channel. I want to make sure y'all hear me clearly. I just got to make sure before I continue. I'm about to go check myself. Hold on one second. Gotcha. Man with multiple marriages, same. Yeah, listen, sometimes some relationships can make you feel like a sacrifice. You see where I'm coming from? And when you fall out of it, it's best to, how can I say? It's best to be honest, right? And have that conversation with that person and walk away the right way, instead of, having that person think that you, still feel something for that person. Or, how can I say, I'm going to call it mind fucking that person. Because if you don't feel something for this person, just let that person know so that you could both walk away from each other. And I don't think a lot of people could do that. For real. Right? And a lot of men have a tendency, right? Oh, I don't want to do that because I don't want to hurt her. You're hurting her more, making her think, right, that you still love her the way that you used to, when in reality you don't. And it is vice versa. The same thing goes for the females. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna continue with my commentary. I gotta finish this text real quick.
Do you know I believed everything you ever said to me? First man I ever put my shield down for. Look at how you played me. Give you my heart for what? I told you it's not that easy to tame me. Give you my heart for what? I don't want no one to entertain me. Give you my heart for what? When you already blame me. Sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Sometimes I feel like you don't even know me. Lord, please help me. The situation is really starting to annoy me. So tell me what we do now. Looking for something where there's nothing, I don't want to argue anymore. Living with the illusion that one day you'll love me the same way that I do, but I'm just a game to you. You're looking for vengeance in me while I'm dreaming of a future for us. I don't know what to do anymore. Sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Shoot, I don't even want to see you anymore. They say that from love we cannot escape, so why lie to each other? I don't even feel you anymore. I know they already tore your heart apart. I gave you my heart and you watched it bleed. They tore you into pieces. I just want you to know that that wasn't me. They hurt you and that messed you up. But tell me, why do I have to pay the consequences? Maybe you love someone that you shouldn't have loved. You made a fatal decision. Tell me, why do I have to pay the consequences? Maybe they played you. They didn't really love you. It was probably an adventure. Nothing more than just a game to them. They never really gave you a chance. I just really had to pay the consequences. But I hear you tell me. Damn, I would have never thought we made it this far. I'm sitting here thinking, you thinking that you love me, me wanting to believe you. It all felt so real, but we're in so deep. Do you know I believed everything you ever said to me? First person I ever put my shield down for, and look at how you played me. Give you my heart for what? I told you it's not that easy to tame me. Give you my heart for what? I don't want no one to entertain me. Give you my heart for what? When you already blame me. Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Sometimes I feel like you don't even know me. Lord help me. This situation is really starting to annoy me.
And that's a fact. Like when you fall out with somebody, right? It's best to tell them, because it's like when you in that relationship and both of you is not 100 and 100 with each other. That's how you feel. Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice for what? Like it starts to get annoying. It starts to get irritating when there's no trust, when there's no, how can I say, dialogue, when your past is still haunting you. That's what that relationship feels like, a whole sacrifice. It makes you feel like the other half, right? When you're not walking away and you're not being honest and real, right? It makes you feel like that other half is making you sacrifice parts of you. But is it really their fault when you chose not to be honest? So sometimes we got to be real, right? For real, for real. Not sometimes, always. Let me say it like this, right? Going back into, what Kevin Gates was saying, right? Intimacy ain't the same for everybody, right? Like for some people, it's just sex. For others, it's a connection, vulnerability, right? Safety, energy exchange. That's why you heard me say that. Like for every woman that you sleep with, right? A little bit of you stays with her and a little bit of her leaves with you. But people don't understand me when I say that. Kevin is the type who feels deeply even when he pretends he doesn't. That's why intimacy hits different, right? He's not just touching bodies, he's touching souls, right? And that's what's crazy. And when you're that kind of person, casual love don't work. It leaves you emptier than before. And y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. This is just an observation I've had, all right? It's just an opinion put together with an observation. Listen. And listen, I'm going to put it like this, right? And I love that Kevin Gate recognizes, the God in him. Because once you see the God in yourself, you stop settling for the devil in other people. You stop accepting half love, half truths, half effort. You start demanding alignment, not attention. And Kevin is waking up to that, right? He's realizing this world is an illusion. People wear masks. Relationships look real but feel fake. And love gets confused with, attachment. Like this world is an illusion. People fall in love with potential, with fantasy, with the version of someone they created in their head. But real relationships, they're 100, not 50-50. Because if you're only given half, you're only living half. Kevin needs someone who matches him spiritually, emotionally, and mentally. Not someone who just looks good, next to him. Right? And let's be honest, I don't know if his current girlfriend is the one. She might be a lesson. She might be the season. Right? She might be a distraction, or she might be, a stepping stone to the version of himself he's trying to become. Only he will find out. But from the outside looking in, is given temporary comfort, not forever foundation. Kevin may have left Dreka physically, right? But emotionally, spiritually, he's still searching for her in every woman he meets. And that's what happens when you had a bond that wasn't just romantic, right? It was, how can I say, transform. It was transformational, right? Dreka was stability. Dreka was grounding. Dreka was the version of love he, didn't know how to keep. And until he heals that wound, every new relationship will feel like a remix of the same old pain. All right? Because he's really the freak. Right? People don't know it. People don't understand that part yet. Or they do know it and they just don't give a fuck, right? Because it's his life. But some of y'all do the same shit. All right? That's the funny part, especially the ones out here judging him right now. Right? That's the funny part. But hey, do y'all really, do you think people truly move on from their soul ties? I'm a little curious. We got Young Riaz in the building. Shout out to Young Riaz. Blessings to Young Riaz, man. Make sure y'all go check out my young boy. All right, go check out my young boy. So yeah, man. Look, listen. Kevin wants love. He wants connection. He wants intimacy. But until he learns how to trust, how to heal, how to stop searching for his past and new people, he's going to keep repeating the same cycle. And honestly, a lot of us been there, right? Healing ain't linear, right? Love ain't simple, and self-awareness is the only way, out of the loop. Right? I lost you. I think I lost this.
In the old days, love was pure and true. Now it's just a show for all to view. People use it for their own gain, leaving hearts in sorrow and pain. Once a sacred bond, now just a game. Hearts are broken, never quite the same. Love used to be a beacon bright, now it's lost in the shadows of the night. Oh, how we long for those days of yore, when love was honest forevermore. But now it's twisted, tainted and cruel, leaving us drowning in an endless pool. What can we do? In the spiritual world, all seems bright, but shadows lurk in the dead of night. Half of humanity wears a wicked guise, evil deeds hidden behind virtuous eyes. Beneath the surface, a darkness lies, masks of deceit veiling their lies. In this realm where good and evil collide, the line between them is blurred, hard to decide. So tread carefully in this world so grand, for not all that glitters is gold in the sand. In the spiritual realm where illusions endure, evil and good dance in eternal obscure. Just imagine that. Karma doesn't ask you how you want it. It just comes and take it. So be careful how you treat others on your way up the ladder, because your way down, trust me. In a world of empty stares, fake love fills the air. Sincerity's distant glare, leaving hearts in deep despair. Truth is lost in a web of lies, hiding behind deceitful eyes. Love that fades and slowly dies, leaving us with heavy sighs. Aching souls in a loveless land, yearning for a genuine hand, but fake love rules with cruel demand, leaving us to understand. In this age of like and retweets, we've forgotten what real love truly means. It's not just about show and tell, but a feeling that makes our hearts swell. It's hard to know who's true and who's fake in a world where appearances are hard to shake. But real love is deeper than a profile pic. It's in the way that someone makes your soul click. So let's not get lost in the digital haze. Let's remember what real love truly conveys. It's not about followers or online fame, but a connection that sets our hearts aflame. In this world of make-believe, they all wear a smile. But behind the scenes, it's just a clever guys, puppets in their show, dancing in their stage. We're all just pieces of their charade. Beneath their mask of joy lies the tangled web, where secrets and deceits are carefully bred. Their lovey-dovey act is just for display. We're all caught up in their twisted play. So let's break free from this illusion so grand, and see through the facade with hearts unplanned. No longer pawns in their game of charade. Let's find our own path and not be swayed. I feel like I'm surrounded with people with strings attached to their back, waiting for their master's command. It's like when I was little, right, and I was reading Pinocchio. Every time that he told a lie, his nose grew. It's just that, in real life, their noses don't grow. Karma just catches. In the shadows we seek, a love so pure and meek, but all that's left is a ghostly echo, a memory bleak, longing for a bond that's true in this world so cold and weak, yearning for the love we knew before the all turned antique, lost in illusions of affection, bleeding like the mist, hollow hearts yearn for connection, any realm dismissed, seeking solace in echoes of the past where love truly exists, but all we find are mere reflections of what love once kissed. Amidst the ruins of our hearts, we search for something real, yet all we grasp are faded echoes of what used to appeal in this world where love has become just a commodity to steal. It's just a little food for thought.
You said I had asked something about love ties. Was crunching, eating a salad. She said, I asked, do you think people ever truly move on from their soul ties? Like, do y'all believe that people actually move on from their soul ties? I mean, I feel as though some people don't and some people are able to, but I feel as though the ones that are able to do it are the ones that are honest with it. I don't know if y'all understand what I'm trying to say. Hey, come back over here. Don't leave. So that's why I was asking. Because I feel as though, when it comes to Kevin Gates and Dreka, right, I feel as though like they're soul tied. Right? I feel as though they're soul tied. There's a bond there, that they can't break. Right? But listen, before I end this live, right, because I'm about to end it, all right. Tonight we talked about Kevin Gates' entire journey, right? And we still got to do a part 3. All right, so I'm gonna schedule that part 3 for tomorrow. I might do it while my daughter is in school, or I might do it after, she comes home from school. All right. But, we didn't just talk about the interview, but the man behind the interview. In part 1, we dug into the trauma, the childhood wounds, the generational curse, the silence men carry, all right, the pain kids from the 80s and the 90s, had, how they had to survive, and the masks people still wear today. We talked about how Kevin grew up, in chaos, how he learned survival before he learned safety, how he, followed the wrong people, how he, how fear shaped him, and how he still managed to rise. And we didn't just talk about Kevin. We talked about us. We talked about our own scars, right? Mostly me. But we talked about it, right? Our own childhood, our own, healing, our own survival stories, right? Part one wasn't just commentary, right? It was like a confession. Not just Kevin, but a shorty. But it wasn't my first time making the confession, and it wasn't with a priest. All right. Then we stepped into part 2, and energy shifted. We talked about Kevin, the man, the lover, the artist, the father, the spiritual being, the human searching for something deeper, the fame. All right. Like we talked about his career, his independence, his label, his hustle. All right. His mistakes, his growth. We talked about his love life, the chaos, the confusion, the soul ties, the searching for Dreka and every woman, the emotional wounds he still hasn't healed. We talked about, how he loves hard, hurts hard, right, and heals slow. And we talked about how many men do the same thing but never admit it. We talked about trust, how Kevin, can't fully love until he learns how to trust again. His past still, lingers in his relationships, how intimacy hits him differently because he's not just touching bodies, he's touching souls. We talked about how this world is an illusion, how relationships are 100 and not 50-50, and how Kevin is still trying to figure out what real love looks like without trauma leading the way. All right. And a lot of us are still trying to figure out the same thing. All right. All of us. Facts. Yep. And that's what I was saying. Like, I feel as though he's still soul tied to Dreka. And he has to learn how to heal from that, because when it comes to Kevin and Dreka, a lot of people's not going to, admit it because they pick sides. All right. But when it comes to Kevin and Dreka, I'm gonna put it like this, right? They both hurt each other. They both made mistakes, and both of them walked away without really healing each other, right? But at least they can co-parent. You see where I'm coming from? Some people can't do that. So going back onto topic, right? We talked about health, like, how Kevin had to lose weight to stay, alive, how discipline is survival, how generational curses aren't just emotional, but physical. We talked about, how the best things in life are free, the wisdom, the game, the lessons passed down from people who, lived through the fire. We talked about fatherhood, how Kevin teaches his kids responsibility, accountability, and earning, and how, you know, that's the real generational wealth. We talked about people having masks, right? The smiles people wear while they're breaking inside, the pain people hide because the world only wants the performance, not the truth. We talked about, you know, how Kevin learned to see the God in himself, and how once, how can I say, how once you see the God in you, you stop settling for the devil in others. All right. We talked about how, you know, his healing, how he's healing, but healing wrong can hurt you worse than, you know, the wound. We talked about betrayal, how friends can, you know, snake you, partners can snake you, and, you know, loyalty is rare. We talked about snitching, the real definition, not the, how can I say, not the internet version. We talked about how, you know, people twist Kevin words, assume the worst, and create whole crime documentaries, right, in their head off of one sentence. And it could be, you know, because of his music and stuff like that. But if you really look at Kevin, right, he did his time for whatever crimes he committed and stuff like that. He came home, he did a whole 360. He didn't change for us. He didn't even change for Dreka. I think he changed for himself so that he could be there more for his kids. But I could be wrong, right? Like, we talked about, you know, love, the kind Kevin wants, right? The kind he lost, the kind he's searching for, the kind he keeps trying to recreate. We talked about how, you know, how he may, you know, have left Dreka physically, but emotionally, he's still chasing the version of himself he had with her. We talked about how men search for the love they didn't get from, you know, from their mothers, right? And, you know, in the woman that, you know, they date, and how that cycle keeps repeating until they heal the roots. A lot of them, you know, might figure it out by bumping their heads and losing something. Others, it takes time. It might take a, you know, it may take a whole century, a whole, you know, a whole lifetime. Like, it's unfortunate, but that's how it is. Like, and you know, through all this, the trauma, the love, the mistakes, the growth, the chaos, the comedy, right? We saw one thing clearly. Kevin Gates is a man trying to heal, right, while still bleeding. And honestly, a lot of us are doing the same thing. So the conclusion is simple but heavy. Part one showed us where Kevin came from. Part two showed us who he became. And both parts show us healing is messy, love is complicated, and growth is, you know, lifelong. It's a lifelong journey. Like, Kevin is still learning. We are still learning. And the beauty is we're learning together. Right? Like, I don't know how else to put it into words. Like, we've unpacked a lot. We unpacked a lot yesterday. We unpacked a lot today, and I am definitely going to see, you know, for what time tomorrow I schedule part 3. Right? And that's, you know, that's where we're going to leave tonight. You know, we're going to leave it tonight, y'all. Like, we done walked through Kevin Gates' whole journey, the trauma, the childhood, the wounds, the silence. Like, men carry the mask people, you know, how can I say, the silence men carry, right? In the mask that men and women carry, right? The mask people wear, the love lost, the love, you know, he's searching for, the mask he made, you know, how can I say, the mistakes he made, the lessons, you know, he learned, the healing, you know, he's still trying to do. We walked, you know, how can I say, we talked about the man behind the music, the father behind the fame, the human behind the headlines. And through, you know, how can I say, through all of it, we saw a reflection, you know, of ourselves in certain parts of Kevin Gates' stories. All right. I see a lot of myself, you know, in his past, not in his present, but in his past. All right. And I know a lot of people feel the same way. A lot of people see themselves not just in his past, but in his present. And what I mean by that is relate. Right. So throughout it all, we saw a reflection of ourselves, the parts we healed, the parts we hid, and the parts we still working on. Right? So listen, he's not exempt because he's a celebrity. A lot of us go through a lot of this, in our communities. We just have to learn, how to embrace the things we go through and, figure out what is best for us in order for us to move forward. We talked about how healing ain't pretty, right? Like, I can go about this so many ways, yo, for real, for real. Shout out to Young Rios, right? Like, how love ain't simple, how trust ain't easy, and how trauma don't disappear just because you want it. We talked about how men suffer in silence, how women carry emotional weight, how relationships fall apart when, the past is louder than the present. We talked about soul ties, illusions, accountability, and the difference between intimacy, right, and just sex. We talked about how Kevin may have left Dreka, but he's still searching for the version of himself with her, and how a lot of us do the same thing without even realizing it. You see it? Like, listen, man, you hear it through my poetry when I write it. Like, I got a collection of 300 poems alone right here, right on this channel. I just started my other channel, so I might have like 3 poems over there, maybe one, right? But on this channel alone, I got a collection of 300 poems, and I'm still making more poetry, right? I got one published book, one book almost, ready to get published. I'm just on the last chapter while I'm working on the other one to, start publishing it, but I got to finish the second one, right? And I'm I'm writing like a little, you can say it's like like a little autobiography type thing, but I'm gonna switch it up, right? Because I want to draw the attention of the young women out here, and I want them to understand my story and that it is possible for you to make a change in your life, no matter how hard those obstacles in your life is, right? And for the same, the same thing goes for the young men, right? Because not just, yesterday I had to say it. People think that, little boys don't get abused or touched, right? They think that when they hear about a little boy getting touched, abused, or molested, it happens only, because a priest did it. Bullshit. This has been happening within our communities for years, for decades, for centuries. All right. It's just that back then it was kept shh. Today, the pros of social media is that people can tell their story. But people don't see that part. They could bring awareness with their story and touch more than just one soul at a time. All right. Like, we talked about how healing ain't pretty, how love ain't simple, and how trust ain't easy, and how trauma doesn't disappear just because you want it to. We talked about how men suffer in silence and how women carry emotional weight, right? How relationships fall apart when the past is louder than the present. We talked about how ties, how soul ties, illusions, accountabilities, and the difference between intimacy, right, and just sex. We talked about, how Kevin may have left Dreka but still searching for the version of himself with, her, and how, a lot of us do the same thing without realizing it, right? We talked about the streets, the hustle, the 80s, the 90s, survival mindset, right? The free, right? The wisdom, the free wisdom people, how can I say, overlook. The generational curses we're breaking, and the kids we're raising with more intention than we were raised, because we are raising our kids in this era with more intention that we was raised in our eras, right? We talked about loyalty, betrayal, snitching, trust, and how people twist words because they love drama more than truth. We talked about the masks we carry, the smiles we wear, behind them. No, not behind them. The mask we wear, right? And the smiles we wear to cover up, the frowns behind them. There you go, my bad. Like we cover up, how can I say? Those masks don't just cover up that, right? The smiles don't just cover up the frowns, right? The smiles people wear while they're breaking inside, right? It is the biggest cover up. And that's why I say some of us wear a heavy mask at times, right? I'm hoping I'm explaining this right. I feel like I'm balling myself up. And listen, we also talked about how healing starts when you finally take the mask off, all right? We talked about Kevin's career, his independence, his label, his growth, his discipline, his weight loss, his spiritually, Oh my God, I can't even get the word out. And and the God he sees in himself. We talked about how, once you recognize the God in you, you stop you stop settling for less, right? You stop settling for the devil and others. We talked about how relationships are 100 or 50-50, not 50-50, and how you could build futures when your past is still, you cannot build futures when your past is still sitting, in the passenger seat. Today wasn't just a reaction. It was a conversation. It was a mirror, right? It was a reminder that we're human. We're healing, we're learning, and we're still trying to figure out how to love without losing ourselves. Kevin's story is messy, but so is life. Kevin's, is healing slow, but so are we. Kevin's journey is complicated, but so is everybody else's. So is everybody who's ever, how can I say, had to rebuild themselves from the inside out. All right. As we close out, all right, I want y'all to take one thing with you. Healing is not about becoming perfect, it's about becoming honest. Honest with yourself, honest with your past, honest with your heart, honest with your patterns, honest with the love you give and the love you accept. And if Kevin can stand, in front of the world and say, this is who I was, this is who I am, and this is who I'm trying to be, then so can you. All right. And listen, thank you all for rocking out with me, all right, on part 1 and part 2. Thank you for laughing, crying, reflecting, and engaging. Thank you for being real with me, all right, while being, real with yourselves. We're not done. We're going, we're going to do a part 3. We're just, getting started. And, when we come back, we dive in deeper, all right? So with all that being said, man, I appreciate all the love, all the support that y'all have given me, all right? Like I tell y'all, man, I'm a writer. I don't know why, God instilled this in me. You see where I'm coming from? But the same way I write is the same way I talk. Sometimes when I talk, I can get very messy. All right. That's why I like writing poetry. Right. And that's a side of me that, I know a lot of people love, because that side right there doesn't have a potty mouth. Right. And even though people don't mind my potty mouth, right, they see the real me. They see me how I see them. If y'all understand where I'm coming from. Poetry is art. Like music is art. Like art is art. All right. Like, as crazy as it sounds, all these things are art. It's part of our culture. All right. It's how we express ourselves. Kevin expresses through music. I express through poetry. Can I do music? Can I rap? Yeah. I've shown myself in, putting my poetry behind a beat that it could turn into some kind of rap, but it's not rap. All right. It's a lyrical poem. You see, I want to keep it as it is. All right. I feel like Tupac right now. All right. Don't be changing my shit around. All right. It's poetry. All right. Rap is rap. Poetry is poetry, even though they go hand in hand. Peep that. All right. But I don't want to sing. I don't want to sing. I want to talk. I want to, get it out, from my chest and into the mic. Sometimes from my chest into the books. Right. So guys, man, with all that being said, I appreciate Mr. Oates. I appreciate everybody that showed up, right? Show support. Let me see. Rachel, I don't know where you are going to work at. However, 5-ish, you will have put in a self-employed 10-hour shift. Oh, yeah. I'm used to this. I'm a health aide. I'm used to this. I'm used to this. I'm used to this. But I'll be seeing y'all on the weekend. All right. I'm not going live this weekend unless I'm outside, right? And we do a little walk along outside. And, we're in the streets of Philadelphia. And I want to show y'all outside how it is, how it's looking, how the weather's doing, like that. And we have a little conversation, a little pop up. But other than that, man, I'm going to see y'all on the weekend. So make sure y'all subbed up. Make sure that y'all become a member, for exclusive poetry, right? What I mean by that is I'm gonna put, I'm not just gonna have poetry here on the regular videos, on the regular shorts. I'm also gonna have shorts on the memberships too. I mean poetry on the memberships too, all right? So make sure y'all go do that, all right? That's a deflection. I guess. Listen, man, we all got our flaws. That's why I don't judge people, man. Sometimes I mess up. Sometimes I fumble, I crumble, all right, on some real shit. Listen, sometimes I be in this John, off this John too, man. I make up words. I be making up some words. I ain't perfect, but listen, I ain't perfect. I admit that. But listen, like I said, all right, we gonna be doing new things over there. Make sure y'all sub up to the second channel, all right. Over there is gonna be a little more family oriented. And we still gonna keep the podcasting, but you know, my daughter's gonna be doing reviews and reactions to different things over there, different from what we do over here. So make sure y'all go check out that channel. All right, y'all. Let me get off this John, man, cause I got an hour to get myself together now. I would have had a little longer, but I was enjoying my time. All right, even though it was just a little bit of people in this chat. All right, I was enjoying the conversation. All right, I really enjoyed it. So let me get off this John, and I'm gonna see y'all next weekend. And I'm gonna leave y'all with this lyrical poem. All right?
Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. The system got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, sticking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. Fist in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share. But the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remained untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. He lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears, but the ache in our hearts only grew with passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep, wounds that time can't seal. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood, but deep down inside, there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share at all. We got hate in our hearts, but we keep concealed. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed, against the odds we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They tried to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're shattered their leaps. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite, it's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They building walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. This in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo and they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We follow all the rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through even wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left from us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system. We're breaking the mold. That's in the air. Yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise. Let them know we're here. Riders ignite. So remember this moment. Remember this space. Remember this town. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system. And